Namaskar, and a very warm welcome, a very good morning to our very esteemed guests and participants to the day 2 of the National One Health Mission 2025. If I may please begin by drawing the attention of all our distinguished speakers for the first session, may we please request you to kindly take your seats closer to the dais, either in the rows 1 or 2. We shall be commencing with the formal proceedings in another 2 to 4 minutes from now. So if you could just be there a little closer to the dais. And I think day 2 of this assembly brings to life what the words of Margaret Mead say. Do not doubt that a small group of committed citizens can change the world, because that indeed is the only thing that ever has. Ladies and gentlemen, day 2 is not merely continuation. It is to delve deeper, to build on the momentum. Yesterday, we laid the foundation, and today, we dive in deeper. That too with a subject, with a theme, which is probably a protagonist, a crucial one when it comes to preparedness and response. That is medical countermeasures. So we'll be unfurling the session with some of the most respected and eminent personalities, with a plenary session followed by an expert-led panel discussion. And let me check if you're ready to unfurl the formal proceedings. Thank you very much. Welcoming all those who are joining us, requesting you all to please take your seats. And another 5 minutes, and we shall unfurl the formal proceedings lined up for the day. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a smile to brighten your faces and a resounding round of applause to infuse some energy as we commence with day two. And we invite two of the most distinguished personalities to now grace the dais. Very warmly inviting Dr. Rajiv Behel, the Director General, Indian Council of Medical Research, to please grace the dais. And also very warmly inviting, ladies and gentlemen, with a loud round of applause, Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, the Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology. And that exemplifies distilled wisdom, experience, walking on the days to guide us and to lead this day with their plenary address. A very warm welcome. And sir, may we please request you now to take for this session in a moment, maybe once we have. Sir. Drawing the attention of all those who are entering, request you all to please quickly take your seats. All right, so are we ready to embrace some pearls of wisdom? So, to do that, may I please have the honor of inviting now Dr. Rajiv Behel, sir, to please address this August House with his plenary address.
So it seems that day two, there is a little bit of tiredness from day one. Everybody is not here in full force. I guess it's to become too cold in Delhi, that we are in the winter mode. Um, all respected Dr. Gokhale, Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, all the distinguished colleagues, fellow scientists from all across organizations in India working together. Yesterday, for me, was a beautiful depiction of how the government can work together not only during a crisis like COVID pandemic, but also in peacetime. For us, the peacetime is when we are not in a health emergency or crisis. We can still work together, and I am very, very hopeful from what I saw yesterday that not only that 9 secretaries of different departments were physically here, but the remaining 7 all called and said they would have loved to be here, but there was some reason why they were either not in Delhi or had to be in another very important or critical meeting. But everybody commits and committed to work together and to work as one country, one team. And what I see now, the change is also I saw that there is in the audience, there were about a couple of thousand people, scientists, policymakers, programmers, program people who also committed to do this as one nation, one mission. And today we are taking now this session is a very critical one. Yesterday we talked about surveillance, which for me is like in if I have to do a defense uh, analogy, is like having a radar system, a detection system, which will detect any threat. But then there was a second session which was equally important, even though it ran a little late. It was very good to see that a lot of us were here right up to the end, because there's no point in detecting something if you do not respond to it immediately. You do not have the ability to go to the ground and say, here it is, we have found something, now we are going to respond, we are going to take all the public health measures. And NCDC did a wonderful job along with animal husbandry. Those animal husbandry department and NCDC and the Ministry of Forests and Environment are at the front line of that response. And they did a wonderful job last evening for those of you who were not here. Today, we are starting this session, which is now in the same analogy. So you have detected, your air defense has detected a enemy aircraft or an enemy drone coming in. Then you have mobilized your resources. You have found out that this is not a friendly, this is a foe, this is an enemy aircraft. Now we have to take action, and your team is there, the team is ready, the action, they are taking the action. Today we are talking about what missiles, what tools, what bombs, what other defense mechanisms we are going to give them to be able to do that. So the medical countermeasures is what the National Joint Outbreak Response Team, the State Joint Outbreak Response Team, the District Response Team, what wherewithal will it have? What preventive measures will it have? What diagnostic measures will it have? What treatment measures does it have at its disposal? When Kerala is faced with Nipah virus, can we equip it? Can we have for Kerala the right diagnostic available at the point of care? Can we have a vaccine that they can use if they think it is required? Can we have a monoclonal antibody that they can give when the patient is sick or is there is a very high risk of contact or the even early phases or later phases of the infection? This is what we are talking about today. That is what a medical count. It is not just a word. It is equipping our front line. Equipping, for me, it is equipping Kerala to deal with that problem when it occurs. It is not enough to have our forces on the ground. It is very important that our forces have the right kind of equipment, the right kind of tanks and rifles and whatever is required for us to be able to defeat the enemy, in this case, defeat the virus. The overall mission in the National One Health Mission, I'm going to take a couple of slides on that and then quickly go to ICMR. The purpose is doing R&D, and that is why you saw so many R&D departments, science departments, and that is why we have Dr. Gokhale here. He is the core partner and a very, very important person and department to be in this, that we need the science and we need the science and technology and we need the development. The idea is to do R&D for diagnostics, therapeutic, vaccines and other countermeasures for any future outbreak or pandemic, and more importantly, to do it fast. CEPI has worked very hard globally, and I would like to give them credit for that, to say the target is set for doing it within 100 days. We have modified that for diagnostics, the target is 30 days. Indian mission says in 30 days, and this is based on what we did during the COVID pandemic. It took us 3 months to develop our own diagnostics for COVID. We are going to convert that 3 months to 3 weeks or 31, at least latest by 1 month. And similarly, it took the world and India about 10 months, 9 to 10 months to develop vaccines, and we need to do that within 3 months. Also, countermeasures are required for any biosecurity. Brigadier Ramachandra yesterday told us about this. So this is the mission, that we need to have the countermeasure if there is an anthrax outbreak, if there is another condition that happens, whether it is natural, accidental, or deliberate, we must have the countermeasures that we can deploy. What are our mechanisms? We are working together between different science departments, which includes DBT, CSIR, DST, ICMR, Agricultural Research Organization, Indian Council of Agricultural Research. All the science ministries and departments that you saw today have something to contribute. DRDO, I don't want to say I'm being exhaustive, but every single science department, we want to set up this mechanism to do that. They are linked together and conducting basic research, preclinical and clinical research, down to regulatory approval. We need to make sure that we are also prepared with regulatory pathways that will give us the ability to do it very rapidly. And that is why the Department of Health and Family Welfare, the CDSCO, is a very core partner. We have taken two approaches in general. One is a generic approach in which, just like what many people are trying and the global recommendations also are, we will continue to try and find priority viral families and try to make prototype selection, do the basic and clinical studies to make countermeasures, what I spoke about, whether they are vaccines, diagnostics, that are going to be at least partially, if not fully, able to counter that in all the pathogens of that family. Now, this is a very, very ambitious task, but we are going to give it a very good shot. But we also have our alternative approach, and we have this as a complementary approach, which we are going to do side by side. In fact, we are already doing it. You saw some things yesterday, and will see some today in the presentations that I and Dr. Gokhale make, but also later when all the experts talk about things, which is, we have, my observation from the COVID pandemic was that any country produced what they were capable of. If you were capable of doing something, only then they produced something, and they were really good at it. We were good at manufacturing vaccines. We made vaccines for 140 crore people. And I would again credit the Department of Biotechnology for all the work biotechnology department has done with Indian industry, and our Indian industry, the way vaccine industry has responded. That was our strength. That is why we could make the vaccines, we could develop the vaccines. However, if I see some of the other things learning from other countries, the most monoclonals were produced, even though they very quickly went out of efficacy because of the changing virus, but were produced in the United States. If I would say who did the best clinical trials, although the Indian Council of Medical Research and others, we did a lot of clinical trials, but globally, which country was the most effective in giving us a tool like steroids, confirming that steroids were life-saving? It was in the United Kingdom, because they had, probably because of NHS, a clinical trial network which was the fastest to produce evidence. So any country, anybody who was prepared, we were very good with diagnostics. We were able to produce the maximum. So diagnostic, vaccines, we did exceptionally well. Therapeutics, we did okay, but not exceptionally well maybe. So any country which is prepared for something will do best at the time of the pandemic. We want India to be prepared for all these and for any future emergency. And therefore, what I am saying is, if we cannot deal with the pathogens of today, we cannot deal with the pathogens of tomorrow. I need to be able to make a Nipah vaccine, an avian flu vaccine, or diagnostic or therapeutic now. I need a Zika. Same thing for any other CCHF, Chandipura virus. So if what our mission in this National One Health mission is to make all these reds into greens and all convert all those in action into green ticks. That is our mission. That is why we are having the National One Health mission. Just quickly going to contributions of ICMR already DHR. We have previously done a lot of diagnostics. Dengue, chikungunya, Japanese encephalitis, measles were previously there. KFD, monkeypox. We were really proud to see that the Indian industry, after having been validated and the first test being created by NIV Pune, was able to register with our CDSCO 3 monkeypox diagnostic kits even before Roche, WHO recognized the Roche test. Multiplex RT-PCR, rotavirus, neurovirus, adenovirus, all of these now we have, and now we are talking about multiplex. So viral respiratory panel is something which we already have succeeded in having a few viruses, but we want almost all the priority pathogens to be on it as soon as possible. To strengthen this system, we thought, what can ICMR contribute the most? ICMR can contribute the most to support and validate, clinically validate some of these products, all of these products made by anybody in India, by any department support, by any industry, any innovator, to strengthen this in vitro diagnostic validation system. We worked with the CDSCO to make protocols, to give these protocols and standardized protocols so that industry can produce and know what exactly the validation will be, and we have the clinical sites that can do these validations. On the vaccine and monoclonal front, there are several on the screen. I'm particularly proud of the KFD. Our company, Indian Immunologicals Limited, we have worked with, has produced the KFD vaccine in less than 100 days, ready for clinical trials. We should have done the clinical trial also in 100 days. So we are not there yet. But they were able to make the vaccine, do all the basic work on the vaccine, the toxicity and other studies. And I'm really happy to say that the clinical trial has been approved. So phase 1 clinical trial will be initiated very, very soon. Same thing is true for monoclonal antibody against Nipah. Very happy and proud to say that working with NIV Pune, the Zydus has made a possible candidate, in fact, 2 possible candidates that have worked extremely well in animal models and soon be going to phase 1 trials. Couple of other mechanisms and then I'll finish. We have created a patent mitra. Now, I would like all of you to pay close attention. If you want to use it, it is there for you to use. We first thought it should be only for ICMR funded projects, whether it is our ICMR institutes or ICMR extramural funding, but we have also opened it up to any Indian academic innovation and or any innovator, any startup. If you think that you want help in filing a patent, Patent Mitra is an open portal. You can go to it, ask for that help. It will do it free of cost without any liability, anything you have to give to ICMR. Already it was 2 months old. There is more than 60 patent applications have been filed. And at the moment it was just open to ICMR and medical colleges in India. We have opened it now to everybody, any innovator in India. The only goal of this is that India, if today we are filing 1,000 patents, we should be filing 10,000 patents in 5 years. We also have a tech transfer facilitation. The meetings like this, We will want to have a mela, a technology mela, where our industry is brought together with all the innovators who have the technology. When I speak with the innovators, they say we cannot find industry. When I have spoken with the industry, they say I have to get technologies from abroad. There are not enough technologies in our country. So there is a mismatch, and we will work hard under this mission to make sure that we will have those possibilities. I would also like to show you something that ICMR has set in motion, which is now about 2 years old. More than 687 innovators have come to this, and this is essentially to help Indian innovators to bridge the valleys of death in innovation, whether the valley of death is related to regulatory strategy, whether it is related to pre-compliance gap analysis, an animal trial or a toxicity study that is stopping us, a clinical evaluation, or a post-approval procurement problem. I don't want to go into details, but if you would like, I want you to go and see the website of MedTech Mitra. I will only say this as one comment because it is always good to hear comments of others and peers. And the Department of Pharmaceutical Secretary, Amit Agarwal ji, was telling somebody else, another secretary, MSME, when we were having a discussion on this, he said, you know, all government schemes we give people, we say, here is the scheme, you know, if it suits you, you take it, you know, we are going to. But this is one scheme where we are asking the innovator what help you need. Any help you need, we will do it. And we will connect you and we'll bring to you any possibility. And this is not possible by ICMR alone. You can see the number of partners it has taken. The Atal Innovation Mission, the Niti Aayog, AMTZ, regulator. This was the game changer among all the others. Bringing the regulator into this scheme, into this MedTech Mitra, was for me the game changer, because this is where our industry and innovators and also academia were struggling to convert. And now you can sit with the innovator and one-on-one innovator, this whole committee, which includes the drug controller office. And you can discuss the pre-IND regulatory strategy as is done in the United States with by FDA. You can do that. You can give advice, get advice, and that advice is given in writing, so that if you can produce that type of data, it will facilitate your approval, so that people are confused. What kind of studies do they need? What to do? Here they can get all the help. And in the end, for even procurement, cost effectiveness analysis, we have a clinical trial network of now 80 institutions in the country called Intent. We have a national animal resource facility which can do animal studies on large animals when required. We have departments of pharmaceuticals, which is completely on board. We have the government e-marketplace, because we thought then the innovator comes, produces something and it's not on GEM. So GEM has also agreed, all the regulators, not only the CDSCO, but also the AERB is on board. There is also the Bureau of Indian Standards. So we are trying to bring everything, and the report card for now is written below. What has this scheme achieved so far? Last thing is this clinical trial network. Anytime now, India should be at the forefront of anything, any clinical trial that we need to develop a new product, whether it is for other reasons or for pandemic preparedness. I've shown you on the slide that in the past 1 year, how many phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 studies have been initiated by this network. We are not only able to do it, We are doing it. Please be confident, whichever science department, whichever institute you belong to, it does not matter. If the product is of national interest, this intent network will work with you. And not only for India, but for the rest of the world as well, in the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for amplifying ambition and belief with your very inspiring address. And my honor now to invite Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology, to please address us.
Namaskar and a very good morning to all of you. Dr. Rajiv Behel has already provided a very wonderful introduction, and ICMR has taken the leadership of putting together this One Health Consortia. I congratulate him again and his team for this fantastic conclave or assembly what we have put together here. I think this is a great opportunity for a country to transform into an innovative country in the medical ecosystem as well. Actually, we have been already providing variety of generic medicines and generic products have been our real major way in which what country has developed. And I think this is a great opportunity for us to do amazing things in few years to actually make a difference to not just the country but entire world, as he rightly put together. So I think what I will talk to you in this 10 minutes is just to give you a brief introduction on how motivations of different kinds actually bring people together and ensure successes, and some kind of aspects from DBT's efforts of how we look forward to these medical intervention, and take few examples to illustrate how platform technologies are going to make a difference to this innovation ecosystem concept. So as I said, the key role of Department of Biotechnology is to take the fundamental biological understanding and translate and innovate through deployable technologies and solutions across the systems actually that can work in all the settings. And to do this, what we have, Department of Biotechnology, is that we fund all the institutions, but we also have a company called BIRAC, which actually funds various innovators and companies, as well as Biotechnology Research Innovation Council, which is a conglomeration of various institutions of DBT institutions across the country. Now, as I said yesterday, I just repeat these. There are 5 pillars that Department of Biotechnology's One Health Mission program rests on actually. The key is of strategic convergence, and as Dr. Behel also showed, it's very important to bridge the critical gaps actually. The real challenge is it's not that we don't have anything, we don't have innovative ideas, we have great kind of people, we have amazing capacity and capabilities everywhere, but we need to bridge these gaps and align translational and research agendas such that they actually provide us the mechanism of moving further ahead. The technology development, and obviously, we want to make affordable technologies, whether it's a cell and gene therapy programs or CAR T cells or anything. I think it has to be a game changer because it has to have a public health relevance. The ecosystem resilience, you build repositories, immunoassay labs, bioassay labs, human resource development, centralized infrastructure, or the data management, which is a very critical component actually of every data that really needs to be ensured. How do we really maintain, manage, store, annotate, and share these biological data such that one can create better and better models? And finally, international partnerships with various other players, actually including CEPI and various other partners who are together can build this momentum for the entire world. I think one of the key aspects that we all recognize, and I want to re-emphasize again, that the COVID-19 was a contemporary watershed event for all the countries to do. And every country has itself realized the fragility and interdependence of globalized innovation ecosystem from a technological point of view. But many countries, as Dr. Behel already pointed it out very nicely, has used this as an opportunity to create their own ecosystem actually. And I personally think the Mission COVID Suraksha program of Government of India was one of the best public-private partnership program that one can talk about really. and it was implemented by DBT BIRAC, and what kind of amazing manufacturing capacities, not only the R&D capacity, the manufacturing capacities got set across the countries in the country of the scale and magnitude that is unprecedented, that is known before. For example, you take a DNA vaccine that was done by Zydus, or you take a chimpanzee adenovirus intranasal vaccine, again done by Bharat Biotech, or the inactivated virus that was developed by ICMR Covaxin, which was then taken further for augmentation along with Bharat Biotech, or the RNA vaccine, or the protein subunit vaccine. And all of these, in fact, are now available for manufacturing for the entire world problems, actually. And I think that is what this amazing opportunity cost comes at, actually. Also, what we were able to do really well was an INSACOG network activities. This was about, again, a largely coordinated effort across ministries, across departments, cutting across really the agenda of one health issue, actually, where Ministry of Health and Department of Biotechnology coordinated this entire INSACOG network. 400 sentinel sites, 67 genome sequencing laboratories, as well as 10 hubs to normalize the data across all countries. It was an amazing endeavor, actually. Of course, this was a war time, and can we reproduce these kind of amazing things again is what we are looking forward to. And I think you can see as many as 3.33 lakhs of SARS-CoV-2 genome sequences were available, and they were made available through IBDC's portal for everybody to use and analyze, actually. So to add to this, what Department of Biotechnology thought to begin with was a pilot kind of study for One Health Consortia, which was initiated in about 4 years back. And this now is a kind of across 28 institutions in the country for looking at zoonotic and transboundary diseases, and has just kind of about completed its work. And I'll just show you what we have been able to achieve, actually. And I think it is very important because many of these small projects provides you opportunity of the how to put together all the data, how to analyze what kind of kits to use, how to normalize data across different institutions and laboratories. And therefore, all these human animal interface studies provided a tremendous opportunity to, take all of these together. So you can see there is a lot of data that has been collected actually and tested already been done, and several diseases were picked up around this, and some of these are providing some really absolutely fantastic data to look at, for which now we should produce countermeasures, actually. And these countermeasures are the solutions without which these surveillance actually becomes almost irrelevant to look at, actually. So all this data will be part of National One Health mission, actually. So also, as I said, DBT has also set up this Indian Biological Data Center, which is very critical and important activity, where all the primary data repository of biological systems will be deposited here, is already being deposited. And there are a large number of human genome, 10,000 human genome data is also available for people to use and ensure that these activities work through, actually. So I think as pointed out already, the medical countermeasures also involve the diagnostics, vaccines, and monoclonal antibody. And I will take few examples which are the kind of platform technologies that provides you a perspective of how Biotechnology Research Innovation Council labs actually are moving ahead together with other institutions, with ICMR, with CSIR and other scientific organization to really ensure that this kind of takes a progress. I think there was recently NIAB lab, National Institute of Animal Biotechnology, released several of these innovative veterinary diagnostics. And I'll take an example of BruDiva, which is one of for the brucellosis kind of diagnostic method that has been also commercialized by this company. Now, the challenge in brucellosis is that, as you may be aware, that through the NADCP program, the S19 vaccine is given to the female calves, actually. Now, when you give vaccination, it's very hard to identify based on present diagnostic whether the diagnostic can differentiate between the naturally infected organism or the S19 vaccinated organism, actually. And therefore, this DIVA capabilities was developed, actually, which is a diagnostic now, which allows you to, you can see at the bottom part of it, actually, you can now detect between the naturally infected, which is an SA positive, and S19 infected gives S negative, actually. And therefore, we think this is a tremendous amount of technology that can be used for several other future, because as you keep rolling out vaccines, you have a challenge of detection of the breakthrough infections, and the vaccination platforms. So you need to develop these kind of capabilities to be able to distinguish and differentiate between vaccinated and infected animals and humans as well, actually. The second example that I would like to talk about is for the monoclonal antibody against Nipah virus, work done by Translational Health Science Technology Institute, actually. Of course, all of you know that Nipah virus is a WHO and CEPI priority pathogen and with a high fatality rate. And obviously, there are every year episodes of small number of episodes in Kerala that occurs in our country, actually. Now, the whole idea is that how do we really collect the samples from the human population and take these blood samples and produce humanized monoclonal antibodies, which can then be used as a future goals for perspective of a novel therapeutic molecule. And I think this is what was done in a coordinated way across systems. So RGCB, which is a BRIC institution from Kerala, collected the sample, and then BRIC THSTI kind of did fact sorting and identified several clones that were actually that could be picked up using these antigens. And then along with NIV, ICMR, NIV, NIH, NIID, and various other industry partners, we've kind of already done some of these assays of virus neutralization assays, actually. And you can see that's where the bringing everybody together really works out, because everybody has their own advantage and benefits of how to be able to do activities. And you can see that the target product profile attributes are quite amazing for this monoclonal antibody. It's highly stable, very potent. You can see all across the isolates of India, Bangladesh, Malaysia, Hendra. It actually, kind of a therapeutic molecule that kind of negates everything. It binds to antigen with very high affinity. You can see the curves as well as, and it protects against the lethal infection doses with a very, very favorable deployability attributes. Clearly, the challenge now is to take this up at a manufacturing level so that you can, produce this activity. So you need obviously stabilization of clones, of making GLP tox batches, GMP batches. And I think that's where our new BioE3 policy of biomanufacturing, which is going to help us out to take these molecules from a pre-commercial state to a commercial state activities. And I think this is something fantastic that is going around in the country. I think the second example I will take is of a multivalent vaccine platform, again developed at THSTI. Now, this is a multi-epitope nanoparticle-based vaccine platform that allows you to use multi-antigens on a same platform to be able to develop pan-corona, like pan-beta coronaviruses or pan-monkeypox virus vaccines. And these are kind of a wonderful opportunity again for us to utilize, and I wish anybody who wants to develop these vaccines and this platform can come to us, and we can all work together and bring it out as the best. So the strategy in this is that the mpox antigen is expressed, so is the H3L protein, and the scaffold is used as an NSP10 as a scaffold which is used, on which these nanoparticles based multi-subunit vaccines are generated and developed. Then you express it in E. coli expression system, actually, and then you use fermenter based technologies to grow them and make them at a higher level. And this is some data to show you that it's a very, very wonderful looking nano cage antigen. That data you can amazingly, under the electron microscope data you can see here. So now this is actually again technology has been transferred to Panacea Biotech, and the program is funded by CEPI, actually, as part of again international collaborative activities. And it's fantastic to say that these antigens are providing us amazing kind of stable antigens are being provided. Multi-epitopes are being used, as well as the process and analytical development are ongoing, actually. We believe all of these in 2026 would actually be probably provide us some phase 2 data, which is quite amazing with the speed with which we are going ahead with, actually. So I think I will end here, but I will say this is an enormous, enormous opportunity for us, our country, to really bring out our best in doing so. And the reason what I really believe that they'll be all fast tracked is because of, I believe that most of the till now activities has been happening through the natural intelligence of human, actually. You kind of design, you develop, and you use these activities to do this, actually. And this is what you call adaptive technologies, actually, of our mind. However, the triad of intelligence, which I think is combining biological intelligence as well as the artificial intelligence, is going to fast track all the technologies at an unprecedented pace that is actually very hard to even imagine for human mind. I mean, we always believe that 5, 6, 7 years of technologies in medical countermeasures is not a very long time. But I can tell you this is all going to change because the encoded structural intelligence of DNA, which we are now able to harness and utilize using all the various systems, at the same time, the amplification of human understanding through AI models is going to be completely transformative, whether it's an area of biomanufacturing or healthcare or agricultural or environmental resilience, wherever one wants to apply. And clearly, One Health will actually be very, very highly benefited out of these kind of activities. Thank you all for being over here, and thank you again for giving this opportunity to me.
Thank you very much, sir, for your sagacious address. It certainly propels our system towards strengthening and solidifying our One Health future. So, with that, requesting our esteemed dignitaries on the dais for a photo up here as we culminate our first segment of plenary address. The next segment embraces the words from the expert panel who shall now steer the session. And a moment from now, we get them welcomed onto the dais. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I now have the opportunity of inviting on the dais an exalted panel that shall be moderated by Dr. Nivedita Gupta, the head Communicable Diseases Division from the Indian Council of Medical Research. Welcoming you on the dais, madam. Also inviting now the co-moderator for the session. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen, as I now welcome Dr. Pragya Yadav, the Director in Charge, National Institute for One Health, Nagpur. The eminent panelists, welcoming them now. Dr. Pavan Kumar Dash, the Scientist G at DRDO DRDE. And please keep that melody of a welcoming round of applause echoing. Thank you very much. Inviting now Dr. Aniket Sanyal, the Director, ICAR Nishad. Professor Ganeshan Karthikeyan, the Executive Director at THSTI. Inviting them all up to grace the dais with their gracious presence, Dr. Mandeep Singh Dhingra, the Director and Head R&D Programs at CEPI. Dr. Sarabjit Chadda, the Country Director, India, and Regional Director, Asia, FIND. Dr. A. Raghu, Advisor, Ayush. Dr. Sushant Sahasrabuddhe, Associate Director General, International Vaccine Institute, South Korea. And bringing the state perspective from the state of Kerala, Srimati Shiva George, IAS, Additional Secretary, Health and Family Welfare Department, Government of Kerala. A very warm and hearty welcome to all the distinguished members of the panel, requesting the esteemed session moderator to kindly take forth the session proceedings.
So it's again my proud privilege to welcome each one of the very eminent panelists here on the days today. And each one of you brings a very different perspective in terms of your experience and your areas of work. So we have tried to customize our questions as per your area of work. But definitely, if you have any additional comments or any other reflections that you might want to add, you are most welcome to do so. So, the way we have structured this particular panel is that we would first be requesting the panelists from India to give their perspective, followed by our international esteemed panelists to give their perspective, followed by the state implementers. And we have only one Shiba madam from Kerala, so we will be requesting for her perspective in the end. So, thank you once again and a very warm welcome. So my first question is to Dr. Pawan Kumar Dash from DRDO Gwalior. Sir, you have a very rich experience of working at DRD, especially in developing diagnostics. So what are the key diagnostic tests which have or either are being developed by you, which can be immediately put to use in the national network of BSL-3 labs? And what is the status of transfer of these technologies to the industry for scale up? Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Nivedita, and ICMR actually for hosting this excellent conclave. Uh, Actually, as our secretary highlighted yesterday, DRDO basically works for the services. And as you know, the biosecurity and health security are almost similar nowadays. You cannot discriminate what is a bioterrorism event or whether it is a deliberate attempt or a man-made event. So, and if you go through the list of agents of One Health importance, they substantially actually overlaps with the biothreat agents or bioterrorism agents. And in DRD Gwalior, that's the lab where actually we work on CVR and defense. We work on number of bacterial and viral agents. So particularly for the viral agents, as you can see, the technologies are either molecular or immunological based technology we work on. Particularly our interest is on the development of some isothermal assays which can go to field on-site test. So most of these tests like for the CCHF and KFD, those are being developed at DRD and most of these techniques has been evaluated at National Institute of Virology, Pune in close collaboration with the BSL-4 lab there. And also the molecular techniques earlier we have worked very closely with the ICR, NISAD as well as with the NIVEDI for the CCHF immunodiagnostic test. So these are some of the tests, those are actually evaluated and showing very good result. And the immunological tests are primarily of the recombinant protein based assays, which are actually compared with the native viral based assays at the NIV Pune. However, most of these technologies are currently at the lab level, these are not transferred to any industries. And that the problem is that the industries are not that interested because the volume is not very high for these kind of detection systems for particularly these biothreat viruses or biothreat bacteria. So, but the technologies are ready. We are working with some industries so that these can be transferred and get into public use, particularly for the BSL-3 lab network that Madam has just talked about. That can be taken up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You raised a very important point about the viability of these technologies and interest of industry for scaling up. And I'm sure that under the National One Health mission, we would be able to find out some innovative solutions to bring industry on board because this is a very, very relevant problem, which is not only being faced for diagnostics, but vaccines and other countermeasures as well. So thank you, sir. And I would now move on to our next panelist, Dr. Aniket Sanyal, Director, ICMR, National Institute of High Security Animal Husbandry Lab at Bhopal. So, sir, your laboratory is actually the first point of contact and whatever we could think of as a national resource whenever there is an outbreak of viral origin, which is actually in animals. So you have been on the forefront, your entire team has been on the forefront for combating and providing early detection and developing countermeasures for these kind of outbreaks. So, given your institute's success in rapidly developing animal vaccines, what is the single most critical regulatory bottleneck that the One Health approach can eliminate to significantly accelerate transmission from of an identified zoonotic threat to a viable countermeasure?
Thank you, madam, for giving us the opportunity to be here. ICR Nisad, madam, it is a BSL-3 laboratory, and it is working on all the emerging and exotic disease. So we try to have the diagnostic preparedness for almost for 23 diseases we are having, and whatever the certification it is required, it is import, whatever it is happening in our country. So the diagnostic preparedness we have, and we make it sure that whatever the import it is happening in our country, that those animals or the products are devoid of those organisms, so that we can prevent the entry of those organisms. And in a normal basis, whatever the outbreak it is happening in our country, particularly these 23, there are many zoonotic disease also we are targeting, and we have that preparedness out as an outbreak whenever it is happening and it is received at our laboratory. Within a shortest possible time, we provide the diagnosis so that an early containment of the disease it is possible. So other way that the your the countermeasures like the development of vaccine, majority of the animal that emerging and exotic disease, we have that vaccine platform including new generation vaccines also, and we are trying for other zoonotic disease like avian influenza, which we also work with H5N1. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any vaccines under development at your institute? Any candidate vaccines?
We are developing recently with an African swine fever vaccine that is a recent threat. It has emerged in our country, and also the research on avian influenza H5N1.
Thank you very much. I would now move on to the next panelist, Professor Karthikeyan, who's the Executive Director of the THSTI, DPT THSTI. So, sir, considering THSTI's mission to bridge the gap between basic discovery and clinical application, what are the exciting products in pipeline at THSTI which can strengthen our armor of pandemic preparedness? We saw quite a few in the morning in Dr. Gokhale's presentation, but I'm sure you have a rich pipeline.
Thank you, Dr. Nivedita. I just wanted to categorize the happenings at DHSTI into two broad categories. One is the pathogen agnostic capabilities that are already there and that are being developed, and then we'll talk about the products briefly. So, in terms of pathogen agnostic capabilities, some of them were already demonstrated during the pandemic. For example, ability to sequence, ability to have a bioassay laboratory of very high standards. We do have a bioassay which is internationally accredited. And then we have the BSL-3 laboratory and the animal facility, which is state of art, which can do all the preclinical studies. As you know, most of the vaccines that were COVID-19 vaccines, which were rolled out during the pandemic, underwent preclinical testing at DHSTI. So these capabilities are all there. But like you said, the important thing is to bridge the basic science with clinical science, and so that is what we've been trying to do. So I think there are two exciting developments that are happening. So we have the new medical research center, which is actually one of its kind in this country, because normally we have basic science centers in clinical centers like hospitals, but this is the first time we have a medical research center, which is a clinical center in within the confines of a basic science center. So this is to encourage collaboration between clinicians and basic scientists. So this is going to house two very important units, which will play a very important role in any future pandemics. One is, of course, an early phase trial unit, which we've developed. The other thing is much more exciting, which is the controlled human infection facility, which is the first of the kind in this country, and we've already begun the process. And thanks to ICMR for setting the stage by releasing the ethical guidelines for human infection studies. So we are able to now proceed towards at least doing a sham, controlled human infection study, so that we establish our capabilities, and then we can proceed with the real control in human infection studies, developing models. So this will actually shorten the time from development of a candidate vaccine or a candidate drug during a pandemic quite considerably. So these are some of the generic pathogen agnostic capabilities. Talking about the specific ones, Dr. Gokhale already talked about the two important things that are being done here. One is the monoclonal antibodies against Nipah virus, which are now in a very advanced stage of development. And most of the work has been done in-house. And the testing was done at your laboratory, the animal testing, hamster animals, and it was also done at the NIH. So we've shown very good efficacy, and this is the first specific monoclonal antibody. You remember that during the outbreak in Kerala, we had to import it from Australia, which was a non-specific antibody. But this is a very specific one, and we are now in the at a stage where we can proceed to preclinical animal tox studies, and we'll go into phase 1 sometime during the next year. And the other important thing is the mpox vaccine. So again, this is in keeping with the idea that we will do things for India, make in India, but make for the world. So mpox is not such a big problem in this country. But when we, and this is again in an advanced stage co-development with Panacea Biotech. And we again we've received approval for doing preclinical tox studies, and we'll again go to phase 1. Hopefully, both these phase 1 studies will be done in-house at the Medical Research Center at THSTI itself. So we have 2 candidates which will go into phase 1 next year. So these are, and there are also some vaccines again. So we have this platform that Dr. Gokhale talked about, which is a pathogen agnostic platform, which can rapidly, it's a plug and play platform, so that you can develop subunit vaccines quite quickly against different pathogens. And there is something against influenza as well. So several things, and next year we'll be able to do something more. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we've seen the pipeline, the nano cage technology that you're using for subunit vaccines, and pretty exciting. And we are actually very hopeful that we'll be getting many of our vaccines from that platform. So thank you very much, Dr. Karthik. And I would now request Dr. Pragya Yadav to steer the panel.
Thank you, Dr. Nivedita. So we heard about our different products under the medical countermeasure from DRD, NISAD and THSTI. So that represent human, animal health and related products which we are working together. In the first session, we heard Dr. Rajiv Behel and DBT secretary regarding the different study which is going on. And as Dr. Karthikeyan just mentioned regarding the NIFA monoclonals, which is true example of One Health efforts, where we have different stakeholders and we are working on a very genuine problem which we need to resolve together. So now we move on to our international stakeholders, and I would like to call Dr. Mandeep Singh Dhingra, Director and Head R&D Program CEPI. So I have a question for you, sir. Given, as we all aware, and we talked yesterday also, CEPI's 100-day mission, Dr. Behel also mentioned, and DBT Secretary also mentioned how India can have its own 100-day mission on medical countermeasures. So I would like to take your perspective. How can CEPI align with the National One Health mission to establish a globally standardized framework platform for sharing critical R&D, animal model, clinical trials, and viral genetic sequence data to fast track MCM development? Sir.
Very good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Nivedita, Dr. Pragya. So let me start by saying that there are certain areas in which CEPI is already involved very closely with the institutes in India and with the Indian government. The Nipah vaccine development, work at THSTI, at NIV Pune, and collaborating across private and public sector organizations. In addition to that, globally, There is work being done on development of vaccines which are also relevant for India, like Dr. Bahel and Dr. Gokhale talked about, Ebola, Mpox, MERS, broadly protective coronavirus, and chikungunya. Now, why am I talking about this is because the 100-day mission that is core for you is also at the core of CEPI. So there are two core drivers at CEPI. One is the 100-day mission, and the other is the ability to facilitate R&D. So from an 100-day mission perspective, 100-day mission cannot exist in isolation. It will have to be driven on the basis of existing programs or the programs in future that we will develop and we can partner on, because that's where the evidence that we've been able to shorten the time period that it routinely takes to deliver countermeasures is going to come from. And that is one place where I see that a close collaboration can happen. I think globally, as CEPI works on 100-day mission, the lessons that we learned can be brought back to the various partners and the stakeholders so that the country specific actions can be taken care of. And more importantly, there are already exercises that the ICMR is doing. So there's an opportunity to piggyback on these exercises from a perspective of the 100-day mission. The data sharing and building a collaborative environment across the world, it's an important thing. And because CEPI works with many global partners, there's an opportunity to participate in epidemiological intelligence, to participate in, artificial intelligence and the other countermeasure works that we're doing. But at that point, I think we all look towards you, ICMR, and the government and the DBT to build up a framework which can facilitate a strong and an easier sharing of biospecimens across the world. We always feel that there is an intent to do that, but somehow, somewhere, this comes up as a roadblock. And I think that is where India can take the leadership, not just for the country, but also for the regional, part and globally to take this. Uh, I like to end by looking at a little bit in the future that, there's an opportunity for us to go beyond just thinking about experiments. We need to think about end to end development. If we're doing an experiment today, where is it going to land us? How are we going to be able to develop something that will be used as a medical countermeasure? I mean, it would be ideal if we never have to use it, but we don't live in that world. We live in a world where artificial intelligence can come up with a novel vaccine, novel virus, which could become a problem in the future. So that's where we look at the future, and also from a perspective of collaborating with the country on the platform technologies that we are working on, which is basically to say you can do a plug and play. If you've developed a platform which is capable of working on an avian influenza vaccine, maybe it's also capable of working on a disease X that happens in the future. And disease X and the AI technology to predict what is going to happen in the future is a strong part where we're bringing the global partners together. And that all ties into the global health security network and the global health security environment that we're trying to build. And that's where we think that we can be strong partners. So I'll end with that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Singh. And uh, just to add to your statement, as we all aware that DBT and ICVAR is also part of your preclinical network and diagnostic network. How you look forward these networks to be strengthened in future and giving better diagnostic medical countermeasures to the global community? Any input on that?
That's a wonderful question, Dr. Pragya, and I'll link to I'm getting old. I tend to forget names, but I'll link to a statement that was made yesterday, where we all are in this together, and we can't survive on our own. So I think the strength of having a network, as we call ourselves, and building the networks that we have, is that we're capable of bringing the partners together, and we're capable of strengthening each other with complementary strengths. But what that needs is for each one of us and each one of our partners to be very explicit in identifying what is the need, where is the gap that can be filled by bringing the partners together. And that again I link to thinking beyond just experiments, thinking all the way through to licensure, and saying, if we're going to take it through, this is a place in the future where we might falter. okay, we might not have the capabilities here today, but one of our partners could have. How can we bring them together to strengthen this and be all in this together?
Yes,
Thank you.
very well said. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you so much. So now we move to our next panelist, Dr. Sarabjit S. Chadha, Country Director, India and Regional Director, Asia Find. The questions for you, sir. A rapid diagnostic are the essential find count measures in any zoonotic outbreak. How can your organization collaborate with the National One Health Mission to develop a robust, financially sustainable mechanism, especially for multi-pathogen and point of care diagnostic that are effective across both human and animal population, but as well cost effective? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pragya, Dr. Nivedita. I think it's such a pleasure to represent FIND, at this National One Health Mission Conclave. And I think it was so heartening and enlightening to hear from Dr. Behel and Dr. Gokhale in the earlier panel on what is the progress that has been made in terms of countermeasures. So I'll put one fact, upfront, which is countermeasures are important to be prepared to attack, to defend ourselves against any outbreak or threat. And the key here is the diagnostics. Therapeutics and vaccines come much later, but first we have to diagnose what we are working against. And so I would actually, like to propose under the National One Health Mission, a One Health diagnostic catalyst under which we can have these three pillars. And I would also like to highlight how FIND can contribute or support the National One Health Mission on this. The first is co-development and evaluation. And we need to move from this mentality of one test, one pathogen. And Dr. Behel actually in his presentation also mentioned, how we are now looking at families or pathogen families. And even when we are talking about individual pathogens, how we are trying to address them in a more comprehensive way. So once we have these One Health multiplex panels, which are point of care and are host agnostic. And by that I mean is, that these panels should be able to test both human and animal samples for the same zoonotic pathogen. Else, we lose a lot of time in diagnosis. But the critical factor here is that even after we have these tests available, the validation needs to be very stringent. And for that, there needs to be standardized validation protocols. And again, I refer to Dr. Behl's presentation where ICMR has taken such an initiative to develop these standardized protocols and also trying to access biobanks for well-characterized strains. So where does FIND contribute? And I give the example of TrueNat, which is a made in India technology which is now making waves across the globe. So FIND actually worked with ICMR to co-validate this technology for TB testing. While ICMR led it in India, FIND actually continued this process of validation across 4 countries, which led to WHO endorsement. And today we see that this technology is getting adopted globally. The point I'm trying to make here is that while ICMR and other collaborating institutes are validating these tests in India, we should not deny the benefit of these world-class tests to other countries in the world. And FIND can actually help in getting this validated in other countries as well. The second I would like to propose is a digitally connected, these multiplex panels, whatever is being developed should be digitally connected. Unless these tests are actually the result comes and action is taken, they won't serve any purpose. And this data is actually helpful both in terms of surveillance and monitoring the pandemic or the outbreak response. The second key challenge, which I see in terms of these rapid diagnostic tests is the harmonized regulatory approvals, which currently there is a gap. So I propose a harmonized regulatory sandbox where a single technical dossier which has been developed using the validation protocols is presented both to ICMR CDSCO for humans and to ICAR and DAHD for animals. So that, we are not losing time in terms of approving the same test for human and animal samples. The third and the most challenging is financial sustainability. We want tests, we want manufacturers to prioritize them, but they also have their financial constraints because these tests do not have a high daily demand. They're usually required only when outbreak happens. So here, my proposal is that the National One Health Mission should pool demand both from the Department of Animal Husbandry and from Ministry of Health so that they are able to maintain some baseline stocks on the shelves, which can then be converted to a surge capacity as and when the outbreak happens. Fine can actually help because we've been doing a lot of market shaping, forecasting, and also during COVID, we were one of the partners in the Act A accelerator in the diagnostic pillar. We also negotiated with manufacturers and were able to bring down the test costs by over 80%. I would just like to, conclude by saying that National One Health Mission is a great initiative. It's a great collaborative effort. And it gives me great pride while I say that when India innovates, it just doesn't solve India's problems, it solves global problems. And FIND is actually committed to collaborate with ICMR, with National One Health Mission in advancing its vision, of integrated disease control and pandemic preparedness.
Thank you, sir, for giving this very powerful message. The stakeholder which we are already collaborated, either is ICMR, DBT, ICR, they are readily available to share their knowledge to other sector as well. And I think that is the key message of Nation One Health Mission, that we are going to work together. So with this, I now move to Dr. Sushant Sahasrabudre, Associate Director General, International Vaccine Institute, South Korea. Thank you for joining, sir. So the question for you, IVI has been pivotal in successful technology transfer to LMIC manufacturers for vaccine. In the context of future zoonotic pandemic threats, what specific policy and funding mechanism are required to transfer these pandemic countermeasures to manufacturers in global south? And I think we are discussing this post pandemic many times. I am sure that you will have very good some remedy now for us. Thank you.
Dr. Yadav, thank you so much. This is a very important topic, but before I go to the question, let me just, even if the risk of being repetitive, I want to congratulate ICMR, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare for organizing such a big conclave. This is probably the biggest audience I have seen for a One Health agenda in the recent times. So again, congratulations for this. Briefly, let me introduce the International Vaccine Institute because many of the people in the audience might not be aware. So International Vaccine Institute, we're an intergovernmental, not-for-profit vaccine research and development organization with the headquarters in Seoul, South Korea, but we have the offices now in Sweden, in Austria, in Rwanda, in Kenya, and also a global health institute dedicated for pandemic preparedness in Hong Kong. One major part of our mission is to basically work on the preventative vaccine for humans. There are components of the clinic development that we do, which also have the One Health implication. And this conference kind of reiterated our belief that One Health is not an option. It's not aspiration anymore. It's certainly an operational necessity, an agenda which basically combines the human health, the environmental ecosystem, as well as the animal health, which is a very important part. So from IVS perspective, we have done a lot of work in terms of developing the technologies for different vaccines for neglected disease. And we have transferred about 14 different technologies to different manufacturers with 4 different technology transfer done to Indian manufacturers. Our oral cholera vaccine basically will highlight the story of how we work. We have started the work with oral cholera vaccine with the funding coming from the Gates, government of Korea. And we have done the initial tech transfer to Vietnam, to India, to South Korean manufacturer, which is a small company, which actually supplies about 85% of the total global stockpile for cholera in the world right now. And also we are doing additional work in South Africa. The collaboration with BioVac is probably the first end-to-end development of vaccine on the African continent, which is really important for us. This is part of the strengthening that we do. And coming back to your question about the policy and financing is what is required in terms of technology transfer. We need to understand that technology transfer is a critical piece of the ecosystem which is required. And from policy perspective, there are 2 or 3 major things that we need to think about. IP, obviously, intellectual property is some of the major things that we need to work with the manufacturers which are involved in that, the legal framework of that, getting the access. Having product is great, but not using that product is going to be a major roadblock for most of the things that we have seen. So how can we take care of the IP, legal, and access agreement working with the companies? The second part is regulatory. Whether we can do some sort of regulatory harmonization by having some joint reviews, by having some mechanism like there are in Africa now or in European Union, can we develop something like that which will essentially advance the development of these vaccines or these products quickly to clinical stage and to licensure? And obviously, it's really important to understand the mapping of various manufacturing facilities across different continents. This is not a problem for India, but certainly for Africa, this has been a major gap. On the financing side, obviously, we need to think about technology transfer as a very intensive process. It requires end-to-end development. Obviously, we have the global donors, like CEPI is represented here by Mandeep. We also have Gates Foundation, we have Wellcome. They have very focused priorities in terms of what we do. We also have the countries which are funding, but their funding is mostly limited domestically. There are very fewer avenues now for transnational collaboration across different countries, and how do we get those technologies going beyond the geographic boundaries of the country? So funding, we need to really think about some sort of end-to-end development funding which is required, which can be a platform agnostic mechanism for us. The second part we need to think about is, and as I think Mandeep also mentioned that briefly, and Dr. Sarabid also mentioned this clearly, we need to think about the manufacturers. If the manufacturers are investing, whether it's coming from funding from government or from non-profit organizations, there has to be a very clear incentive for the market access. So can there be some sort of advanced market commitment that we can think about the way it was done for some other vaccines in the past? So there should be a very clear mechanism for that funding also. And lastly, as I mentioned, the global health funders that we have and whatever we are seeing from January of this year, not only from US, but most of the developed countries, there seems to be the change in the way the global health funding was there beforehand. So with the new reality that we have, can we create the global south countries, can global south countries come together and create a mechanism of joint funding mechanism which will have the aspirations and agenda very clearly embedded in that from the global south countries? And from IVS perspective, we'll be quite happy to work with countries, India and other countries, to create that mechanism. So thank you so much for the question.
Thank you very much for those very, very valuable insights. And IVI has been a very important partner to ICMR, but definitely we want to expand the role of IVI and make it an important partner of the National One Health Mission. And so is true for FIND as well as CEPI. So thank you very much for those valuable reflections. I would now like to add a very different flair to the panel today. We've been so far talking about medical countermeasures, biological medical countermeasures, but now I would be moving on to Dr. A. Raghu, who's an advisor, Ayush. And sir, we would like to understand from you that you've been hearing about the mission and you are also a part of the mission. So in terms of medical countermeasures, be it therapeutics or diagnostics, mostly therapeutics, I would say, what are the top 1 or 2 solutions that you have in your system of medicine which can be helpful in like treating people in early outbreak situations?
Thank you, Dr. Nivedita and other distinguished panelists. And many of you may be knowing that actually during the COVID-19 pandemic, Ministry of Ayush has already institutionalized various aspects of, for example, it is prophylactic measures, even for the management of mild to moderate infections and supportive management specifically. So what we have done at that time, we have lot of research proposals came to the ministry at that time. So naturally there was a requirement of interdisciplinary understanding of the research proposals and how to forward it. So based on that, an ITRC, interdisciplinary task force on research and development on various proposals has been already formulated with the support of the ICMR, with the support of the AIMS and Biotech Department of Biotechnology. So we, at that time itself, it was felt that there is a need of convergence of different departments and ministries as far as integrating various strengths of medical systems for addressing the challenges of many of such pandemics. So based on that, many of you may be recalling that actually Ministry of Ayush could come with a national clinical management protocol, particularly at that time, very specifically certain herbs has been taken into the entire spectrum of research and development. And ultimately, it was suggested that many of herbs like ashwagandha, guduji, pippali, or even for the Yashti Madhu and one coded formulations which was developed by our research council, Central Council of Research in Ayurvedic Sciences, Ayush 64 has been widely utilized for various kinds of prophylactic and even mild to moderate infections. So the issue is that now the National One Health Mission came into existence, and Ministry of Ayush is also one of the partner ministries in that context. So now there is a lot of prospects as far as how the traditional medicines can contribute to the various challenges that we are now facing. For example, our research council specifically now undertaking some kind of research activities in the antimicrobial resistance. So AMR is one of the important area where the entire health system perspective is required to be seen. So on that context, actually, we have actively contributing to the research and development. And not only that, even after the COVID-19, when during the convalescence, at whatever various kinds of immunological problems are actually affected in the entire community, the Ayush remedies has been substantially used by our population. So how to take that strength into the future pandemics also, that is one of the important thing that we have to think. The one thing what we are supposed to know that more than 750,000 Ayush practitioners are available in the country. So there is at present, whatever the capacity building measures, whatever the training programs that we are going to undertake with that, so that kind of converged training programs is required to be undertaken in the field. So we hope that the National One Health Mission also can one of the important instrument as far as these capacity building measures are concerned. Another one is actually the research and development programs of the research councils, as well as various other research organizations, particularly our premium national institutes in the field. They can also be part of this research paradigm. And on that ground also, National One Health Mission, which is actually established in Nagpur, that national institute, they can also appropriately converge these R&D programs of the Ministry of Ayush also into, so that at least a future, for example, 5 years or 10 years roadmaps that can be also integrated into the entire spectrum. So the future is for holistic medicine. So when we speak about the holistic medicine, definitely we have to understand that the entire strength of the system, along with the dietary practices, along with the behavioral change, communications, and lifestyle practices, everything has to be integrated. So the appropriate response to the pandemic may not be merely only specific drug-related interventions. Along with that, holistic concept of traditional medical system also can be integrated into the entire armamentarium. Thank you.
So thank you very much, sir. As you said very rightly, that being healthy should be our first priority, and then we talk about pandemic preparedness. That's what I summarize your talk, sir. And we are going to work more and more with you in this direction, the National One Health Mission. I think it is a direct invite from Ayush as well to all stakeholders to join the hand with Ayush in the future to make not only the human but also animal health as a priority for the country. So now we move to the state where most of the outbreak happen. Diseases are there, and at many state actually they deal at regular basis different outbreaks. Whenever any international problems arise, they always arise at some particular state and then spread. So as a representative model, today we have Srimati Shiba George, madam, from Kerala. We heard her yesterday also. And we are all talking about the NIFA because NIFA is a priority disease for CEPI, and globally it is accepted as a BSL-4 pathogen. So I ask a question to you, ma'am, on the same. So Kerala's response to recurring NIFA outbreak demonstrate a high degree of adaptability and local preparedness. Beyond immediate crisis management, what specific sustainable community level infrastructure is the state of Kerala currently investing in to ensure that medical countermeasures like diagnostic and monoclonal antibody can be pre-positions, maintained and deployed effectively within the critical golden hour following the detection of the first zoonotic spillover event? Though we are talking about only NIFA, but I'm sure this will apply to other diseases too. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a long question, and I wanted to good morning all. And again, I am honored to be the part of this the discussion on now the medical countermeasures from a one health perspective. Actually, it was a continuation. It is a continuation of my yesterday's presentation, and so especially in the NIPA. And so in the actually the medical countermeasures, especially in the case of Nipah and also in the other diseases, we already developed a countermeasures already had. And the medical countermeasures, as you all know, that this starts with the detection of cases itself. And so Nipah often ended up in a single case of encephalitis, as a strong surveillance system is needed to detect a very fast case itself. Kerala is doing it continuously. And one example is that in this year, the Kerala identified so far the 4 cases because of its robust surveillance of acute encephalitis syndrome cases and ARDS also. And so we have already the countermeasures are say that we have 4 labs equipped with dedicated RT-PCR facilities for Nipah detection. And so the TruNat test are widely deployed, and we get the help from NIV, ICMR. And we always used their mobile lab during the outbreaks. And so the early detection, the countermeasures, we used the early detection. Yesterday I told the early detection in the case of the community surveillance. And so the early detection to prevent the spread of the disease to others and reduce the mortality rate is initiating the treatment early. And so that means to treat and save lives, we deploy the protocol of protocol-based treatment. We already developed the protocol-based treatment, and we published a NIPA treatment protocol, which is continuously, constantly modified based on new evidences. And it includes monoclonal antibodies always, and as you mentioned along with the question, and so antiviral treatments and supportive care also. We used the drugs like remdesivir, ribavirin, and also to save the lives, and we have the promising results. And in 2023, we faced the outbreak of the Nipah, and the mortality among the treated persons is 0% because of this precautions. So I had already mentioned that Kerala saves lives because of the strong surveillance and the prompt treatment. Moreover, we already started our research to develop a specific monoclonal based on the locally circulating strain, along with the biological importer from Australia. And so NIV is also our partner for such researches. And in the last couple of years, we are using antiviral drugs for prophylaxis among high risk groups, and nobody received the drugs or contracted the diseases. And so, in short, the Kerala is embarking a leading example in medical countermeasures against the virus with the epidemical potential in case of Nipah. And in addition to that, we already developed in 2023, Kerala is established a One Health Center for Nipah Research and Resilience in the Calicut Medical College. It is a subcenter of Malappuram, Calicut, and also the Palakkad area. And so our objective is to create a strategy for community-based research to reduce the number of infections. And it's also we have the most diagnostic facilities capable of doing Nipah testing, due to which we are able to detect human infections. And we try to integrate all the facilities. As Dr. Raghu said, that the AMR facility, we already developed the AMR in the case that Kerala Antimicrobial Resistance Strategic Action Plan. We developed it from 2018 onwards. We published it, and we AMR action plan we also already published in Kerala, and we focused on that also. And in addition to that, not in the Nipah case, but in addition to that, we already developed a lab system. In the lab system, in the PH scale, also in the medical college level. And we can also, that the Nirnaya hub, there is a Nirnaya hub, that means spoken hub model, and in association with India Post. And it's a transportation of the equipments, or sorry, the samples from one place to other place where the lab is available. So it is called as a hub, strike and hub model is used in that area. So in addition to Nipah, all the diseases we can treat like this. This is our countermeasures as we produced in this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam, for a wonderful insight. So with this, we come to a close of ending this session, but the key message remain the same. Under National One Health Mission, we all together, national and international partner, committed to do innovation, collaboration, coordination for delivery such product which can help in saving human animal life, and most importantly saving our environment for our future and for today. Thank you very much.
Ladies
We
and
thank
gentlemen,
all the esteemed panelists for the very, very insightful comments and the discussion that we have. And we really look forward to working with each one of you to really realize the goals of this mission. So thank you very much for the very valuable insights and the perspectives that you shared. Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen, knowledge is power, and knowledge shared is power multiplied. Time now for us to thank the distinguished panel for this very knowledgeable and enriching session of deliberations. Requesting you all to kindly step forward for a group photo up here. Thank you very much to all the distinguished panelists on the dais. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you for a refreshing tea break. But if we may please request you to make it a 15-minute tea break so that we resume on time for the next session. Thank you very much for being considerate. Our next session begins at 11:55 now. So we request you all to please reassemble in time. 11:55, we take forth the next session. Thank you.
Sir, madam. One health is very important and directly linked with our health and इसके बाद बेंच चाहिए इसके बाद 12 लोगों का है 12 लोगों का
And may I request you all to kindly settle down. To all those who are entering and all those who are yet to take their seats, may we please request you all to kindly settle down quickly. We're all ready to unveil yet another very enriching session. A minute from now, and we shall begin with the formal proceedings, requesting all those who are entering, requesting you all to please quickly take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, time now to give wings to the ambitious flight of creating a One Health future, to translate ideas to reality, embarking now on a journey of building capacities and community engagement with an acclaimed panel. And as I have the honor of inviting them to grace the dais, I request you all to please extend a welcoming round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to be welcoming Dr. V.K. Paul, the Honorable Member, Niti Aayog, a name truly indispensable to the think tank of India, creating a world of possibilities for our country. A very warm welcome, sir. Very warmly welcoming Dr. Scott Newman, the Senior Animal Health and Production Officer, FAO. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Newman. Honored to have you amidst us, sir. And absolutely honored to welcome Miss Vandana Jain, the Joint Secretary, Health and Family Welfare, to please grace the dais. It's our privilege to have amidst us such persona of great intellectual depth to guide us through their plenary address. A very warm welcome, madam. And with that, may I please invite Dr. V.K. Paul, Honorable Member Niti Aayog, to please address this august house.
Good morning. As we can see that this event is truly historic. The national movement on One Health, preparing for future spillage of diseases across sectors, and our response, and in the worst scenario, major outbreaks and pandemic. This agenda, Scott, has been dealt very well in this historic meeting. Now, in this session, we are going to focus on two very important pillars of One Health mission: capacity building and community engagement. These are distinct at the same time connected pillars, connected themes. Being didactic, let's say for capacity building, there are multiple levels. First, technical capacity. Capacity of our labs, capacity for to be able to mount very deep, comprehensive, effective surveillance, our public health response, capacity for resilient health systems for wildlife, for livestock, and of course for humans, and so on. This would include not only hardcore bioscience elements, but also behavioral science in particular. That's one area. Professional capacity for professionals of today and tomorrow. We'll hear more about it. Second part of capacity building is also community processes, community engagement, handling, how to communicate risk, how to elicit participation of the community for difficult decisions. Third level of capacity development is also at the level of stewardship and leadership. Macro issues, building large teams in a federal system, in a union. How do we build teams at the district level, the state level, and prepare them for working as teams, prepare them for taking the right decisions, respecting individual sectors and the sciences that emanate from that level. So these are at least three levels broadly, or three clusters of capacity development, capacity building that we will keep in mind as we move into the session. Community engagement is fundamental to India's model on One Health and pandemic preparedness. Community, first and foremost, is the early warning, the first responder and the first agent of early warning, eyes and ears of the nation. And I'm very happy to state that the existing system of disease surveillance of our nation depends a lot on this, and we have systematic processes of getting inputs from the grassroots level, cluster level, habitat level, feeding into the IHIP system. So more of this will be talked about. The second level of community engagement is about cooperating and collaborating when early action has to be taken, which may mean uh, not only collaborating with the agencies, but also it may also mean that to contain the outbreak, nipping it in the bud in a small, at the small limited stage, culling of animals, or for that matter, spraying homes, vector control, immediate, where the problem has just germinated. The third level is a bigger level when we would be talking about isolation, containment, quarantine, and so on and so forth. We need community to be able to connect, to be part of the change. And the fourth level is not only to do things for our own self in terms of the facing the problem, but also to help each other, how to mobilize the society for a whole of society response if and when required. One other dimension that we must keep in mind in this regard, a lot of young students here, that there are sections within our society which will need to be protected and taken care of. This could mean the elderly, as we saw during COVID. This could mean children. And some of the difficult situations across across the challenges of One Health and outbreaks could be gender specific or gender related. Not just that some infections may have a predilection for a gender, we don't know, but also how to protect the gender dimension as we respond, and we respect the gender sensitivities in that regard. Uh, so these are some of the early strands on the thought process. We have very eminent two speakers. It will be followed by a panel. A galaxy of panelists will be building on these ideas and many more that obviously I have not covered. I look forward to this suggestion, but I can say that ultimately what won the war in India against COVID was our strategy, which was whole of the government, indeed, whole of nation, the entire system, states, union, and so on. But above all, it was a fight that we won because it was a whole of society response. And that's the broad theme of this session. I would now hand over to the MC to please invite our speakers. Thank you.
And we truly are indebted for your guidance and visionary path that you show us, sir, with your pearls of wisdom. And I'm delighted to now very warmly welcome Dr. Scott Newman, the Senior Animal Health and Production Officer, FAO, for his plenary address.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Honorable ministers, dignitaries, and distinguished guests and colleagues. It's really a great pleasure to be here and have this opportunity to speak. And again, I want to congratulate everyone, and particularly the government of India, on pulling together and delivering such a powerful 2025 National One Health Mission Assembly. I think, as many of you know, in the early to mid 1990s into 2000, we started to see more and more emerging infectious zoonotic diseases. To a large extent, some of the success in finding these diseases had to do with our more sensitive and better surveillance systems. But at the same time, we also know that we started to see more contact rates between animals and people, and we also had increasing spillover as a result. A lot of the causes had to do with degradation of the environment, including deforestation, encroachment, and agricultural intensification. We also saw that socioeconomic and human behaviors such as wildlife farming, trade, and food preferences played a role. And finally, the pathogens themselves were adapting and mutating, making spillover possible, but also within species transmission after spillover took place. I would Also want to point out that a few big events from the One Health standpoint came forward. Certainly, we know that the high-level expert panel in 2021 put out a new definition that included wildlife and ecosystems, and FAO and the other international partners also started to really come on board, particularly as part of the response to H5N1 high-path avian influenza. And then most recently in 2024, FAO particularly was asked by its member countries to develop a One Health in Agri-Food Systems framework. And so I'm going to tell you a little bit about that framework. Just to further justify the rationale for why we needed this. Certainly we know that unhealthy and unsafe diets and malnutrition are big causes of morbidity and mortality. 23% of the global greenhouse gas emissions are attributed to food systems, including the global footprint of food transportation and distribution. 75% of land has been substantially degraded with significant contribution from agriculture. And plant diseases have a global economic cost of 220 billion, while invasive insects are around 70 billion. According to the IMF, the cumulative loss from the COVID-19 pandemic from January 2022 to 24 is estimated at 13.8 trillion, and ecosystem services, which certainly provide benefits at the cost of nearly 125 to 140 trillion per year, are basically our safeguard against a lot of health issues. And so this emphasizes the importance of preserving biodiversity and the environment. Now, the Agri-Food Systems framework that I mentioned really aims to guide members in applying a One Health approach in designing, implementing, monitoring, evaluating agri-food system policies. And these policies are meant to be policies that are at national level, but also are relevant from the highest top government all the way down to local communities, smallholder farmers, and other stakeholders that are at the interface between wildlife, livestock, and people. We certainly recognize that to develop this, we needed a multi-sectoral approach. There were over 20 different technical divisions and entities brought in to discuss this. And certainly, we also took a very clear systems approach. And we know that all of these systems are interrelated. So integrated solutions were needed. Now, when we talk about the paradigm shifts in One Health, I think as most of you can recognize, in most countries in the world, One Health is currently being delivered as a collaboration between public health and animal health. And that's kind of the status quo. Where we're starting to move now as we shift is to go into engaging the wildlife and environment sectors. And some of their priorities and mandates are starting to be built into the One Health programming that's taking place at national level. We also recognize that there are top-down initiatives that are coming from government, but there's also bottom-up initiatives that are coming into place, which are very much community-led. And these sort of initiatives need to come and merge because the top-down approach alone won't work, nor will the bottom-up. And so it's really important that we have interventions that are harmonized in this way. And finally, at the end of the day, where we want to go is to ensure that a lot of the environment and wildlife professionals are on an equal playing floor as the medical and veterinary community. And this means in some ways that we need to make space for them to be part of the One Health solutions. And we also need to ensure that their priorities, things that they care about the most, which are usually associated with multilateral environmental agreements, biodiversity strategies and action plans, and other conservation or ecosystem and biodiversity areas are incorporated into our national One Health priorities. And with this approach, we will have a really solid One Health program where everyone can see what's in it. From their standpoint, from their technical angle, they can see why it's worth participating. Now, when we take a look at a few tools that FAO's developed, we have a few tools that have allowed us to help make progress in countries that are trying to search for how to move forward with One Health. One of them is the One Health assessment tool. And this tool is really something that is a self-facilitated, self-evaluation type process. It is a benchmarking that requires all 4 sectors to be part of the process, and it helps countries to move forward with identifying gaps and challenges in One Health implementation, identifying targets and outcomes they want to achieve in the future, and developing a list of activities that allow them to transition from gaps to success. I would say that the nice thing about this is that it's aligned with the quadripartite's One Health Joint Plan of Action, as well as the implementation guide. And we've set up these indicators that we use, which again are a combination of top-down and bottom-up indicators, but they're really what we would call the enabling environment to deliver One Health in a collaborative way. You can see the list of countries that have already implemented the tool at national level, and I would just mention that you know, in the context of India, given the very large number of states and just the geographic expanse and the mandate that all the states now have to consider a One Health programming at state level, we could take a look and would be willing and interested to explore further the possibility to run this tool at a state level and not just at a national level. This is just to give you an idea of the types of indicators that are available. Again, they're about coordination mechanisms, government commitment, strategies, action plans, information sharing, policy, whole of society approach, etc. And the action tracks are, again, the quadripartite areas of work that we've prioritized as the framework under the Joint Plan of Action. Another area that I'll just mention briefly is our field training program for wildlife, environment, biodiversity, and ecosystems, FTP-WEBI. Most people are very familiar with the program that is FETP, which is a public health program, FETP-V, which is for veterinary services. This program is set up now to be the complement to those 2 programs, and it's really aimed at enhancing capacity, engagement, and providing the wildlife and environment sector with the opportunity to learn and see how they can contribute and deliver to One Health. The training is designed in the same way those other 2 programs were put together, and we're really trying to move forward with having training of trainers and implementation and ultimately sustainability at country level with the program. So it's really meant to ultimately be a country-run, country-led program. This gives you just a little flavor of the types of training modules that exist for the program. They're really around agroecology, natural ecosystems, biodiversity, and then wildlife management and wildlife disease areas of work. So we really believe that this is also a possible area that might be of interest for helping bring up to speed the capacity of the wildlife and environment sector in the future. And we're currently working with Wildlife Institute of India to bring this program here. Now, the last thing I'll just share with you is an area of work that we've been developing, looking at how to create bankable investment cases around the One Health area and space. And this is a 7-step process that initially involves some situation analyses, using that One Health assessment tool, but also using the experience and knowledge gained from all of the other One Health areas of work. For example, some of the quadripartite bridging workshops that might have taken place at country level, or the CSOT or other types of collaborative tools that are in place, JEE, PVS. So all of the background information contributes, in addition to our One Health assessment tool, to having a country profile for One Health. The second step is working through to develop that action plan and a costed action plan. And then the last part is really to develop these investment cases. And the investment cases are really cost-benefit analyses that we do to look at what the cost of investing in an area of work is and the benefit of investing in it as opposed to the cost of responding. And we know very well that the prevention is usually a 1-to-6 ratio compared to the cost of responding. And so this is an area of work that we've been doing. We've completed some of this work in Bangladesh, Bhutan, Senegal, and Kenya. In the progress so far in Bangladesh, this gives you an idea of the investment cases. These are largely circling around the primary One Health areas of zoonotic disease prevention and control, lab, AMR, and food safety. And then in Bhutan, we recently just started to develop investment cases with them, but this starts to look a little more at some of the climate smart livestock areas of work, managing grasslands, feed and emissions and manure, and also even ecotourism and gains from protecting biodiversity and ecosystems. Senegal and Kenya are the other two. I'll just mention them. And, they're, again, also working on some slightly different areas related to private sector investment and also capacity for One Health. Now, if we take a look at this, the way forward, I guess really what we're trying to do is integrate and move towards having One Health in agri-food systems as part of addressing these complex issues. We know that there are trade-offs that need to be taken in choices that need to be made. And so from that standpoint, having the sectors together and coming to joint decisions is really the process. That takes time, that takes patience and energy, but when we do it, we really are able to make a difference together. The solutions rely on interdisciplinary and participatory actions, sometimes top-down, government-led, maybe private sector-led, and in other cases, bottom-up, community-based, and local leadership. Just about finished here. I just want to mention that the process for this One Health and agri-food system, I think, really has allowed us to take a look at sort of the road we're traveling. And this is, in a way, very generalizable to the way you might apply One Health. There needs to be the understanding of the problem, and then followed by a co-development or co-designing of solutions and the way forward, enabling joint action, collaborative action. It's not one ministry or one sector, but it needs to be delivered together. And then finally, learning and adapting collaboratively. We see largely in the agri-food systems, the target would be a resilient, sustainable, efficient, and inclusive agri-food system. Again, serving and benefiting all of the stakeholders in the food chain and the value chain, from the local-based farmers who maybe have a few animals all the way up through the high production intensive producers. So in closing, I would say that we cannot solve these complex problems on our own. It's certainly a shared and collective responsibility. Business as usual cannot work. We're seeing it doesn't work, and so we need to find new ways of operating, and certainly a whole of society approach is part of that. And I think with that, I will stop and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir, for this spectrum of insights through your lens. I'm sure they are to percolate and set the tone of deliberations to follow, not just for the session, but for this entire future that we all visualize together. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our honor to now invite Ms. Vandana Jain, the Joint Secretary, Health and Family Welfare, to please address this august house. It's an absolute privilege, madam, to have you amidst us.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. So let us start. Why do we need actually capacity building in One Health? Or we can say because it is a very complex multi-sectoral issue which needs to be understood. This ecosystem has to be understood. Then only we can go ahead with the health issues, and there is a growing threat of zoonotic diseases and AMR and climate change. So it is very critical to detect and respond to the diseases which are due to zoonotic reasons. So these are the stakeholders of One Health in India, mainly animal health sector, human health sector, wildlife and environment sector, Ministry of Agriculture sector, and then local bodies. And other supporting partners and private partners are also there. Now, population which are at risk due to these zoonotic diseases, these are agriculture workers, tribal population, milkers, paravets, artificial inseminators, sakhis, pashu mitras, animal handlers, wildlife and forest workers. I would like to say here, I would like to talk about agriculture workers here because I've been in agriculture sector for a long time and I have dealt with plant protection. Regarding farmers, I would like to say that there has been an overuse of pesticides, as a result of which they have been facing a lot of health issues, especially in Punjab and other states also. Like in Kerala, we had endosulfan issue, because of which farmers, they had different type of diseases. So in that case, we need to include farmers also at community level for capacity building. I would like to suggest epidemiological study on impact of pesticides on human health, especially farmers, and as well as those who are consuming that food. Then at risk, another population, part of population is infants and young children, elderly individuals, immunocompromised individuals, low income communities, coastal and island populations, pregnant women, hospitalized individuals because of this antimicrobial resistance, and agriculture workers because of climate change and other factors. Now coming to this education and training in One Health. We have field epidemiology training programs and we are offering those training programs. How do we increase the capacity? This is the main issue here, capacity in One Health. One is like field training, field-based training programs. Another is the integrating One Health concept into medical, veterinary, and environmental curricula being another is the third one, which is very important, is research. In research, we are yet to, I think we need to develop more of understanding on how these things are impacting human health, whether it is environment, whether it's overuse of so many drugs or pesticides, etc. So, next is knowledge exchange. Through knowledge exchange and through workshops and webinars also, we can have capacity building and then public engagement, public awareness. Target audiences for One Health epidemiology training program training is again human health professionals, animal health professionals, community leaders, policy makers, environmental scientists, and again I would like to add agriculture also, agriculture, farmers, you can say. Comprehensive mechanisms for One Health capacity building. So how do we develop capacity building? We have already discussed, like in academics, we can have One Health curricula. Then community engagement, we have already spoken. At policy framework, this is very important. Like in here, we have already done, like under PM Abhim, we are already taking up some of these components, like laboratory network, we are increasing intersectoral platforms, cross-sector collaboration, and surveillance systems we are already trying to improve. Then we will discuss about this field epidemiology program in One Health. This is 3-month program, and this is for at district level officers. They are to be they are prepared for DJOT and like NJOT. And what are the these are the components are basically these district level officers. They are trained, whether they are veterinary or surveillance officers, microbiologists, epidemiologists, etc. And they are from different sectors. So this is also PM Abhim funded. This is the coverage of field epidemiology program in One Health. More than 200 districts have been covered, and more than 300 surveillance data analysis and joint outbreak investigations have been done. So this is in action what we are doing in different in Chandipura virus, scrubs, typhus, leptospirosis. These joint field investigations have been done, and we have been successful also in controlling them. This is another training program, we can say, public health emergency and disaster management training. So here, this is for strengthening of risk communication, preparedness, and logistic coordination at public health emergency operations centers using incident command system. And what is the command system here? This is 5-tier command system starting from below, tier 1, tier 2. These are all trained. Like here at local level, local communities are trained, like ASHA workers, school teachers, youth, etc. Then at tier 2 level, we have CHOs, nurses, they are trained. Operational level, we have surveillance officers and specialists who are imparted training. This is the outcome, the trained workforce. At tier 1 level, 35 number of trained officials. Then tier 2 maximum is at tier 3 level 839, but we need to increase that also. I think it has recently been started. So and the impact can be seen in Rajasthan, Uttarakhand, Gujarat, where they have shown there this impact of training. This is again the outcome, activities and the results that, like in during 2019 to 24, we have conducted 25 hands-on training of medical and veterinary laboratory professionals. But this in 24-25 it has increased a lot. This is a good figure, 22 trainings in 1 year. Then joint workshops for medical, veterinary, and forest officers. Again, here we see the comparison. 24-25, it's like 16 workshops. Sample tested for zoonotic diseases. This is also now improving, and diseases covered, of course, there are a number of diseases which are being covered. What are the benefits of One Health capacity building? We now know that it improves detection, prevention, and control of One Health issues. And it improves our preparedness also to respond swiftly to health crisis. This leads to evidence-based decision making also. And it will stronger antimicrobial resistance surveillance and control. It will lead to that. I think this is when we tackle the well-being of humans, animals. This is all ecosystem with what we have studied earlier also in school, that if we see the whole environment in a composite way, like humans, animals, and the environment, we have to balance that, and then this is called One Health approach, and this is how we can protect the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam, for your truly illuminating address. I'm sure it will guide us in making quantum leaps as we champion the vision of One Health. With those words, we extend our sincere gratitude to all the distinguished dignitaries on the days. We request you all to kindly step forward for a group photograph up here. And thereafter, we take forth this session to its next segment of expert-led panel discussion. Thank you very much to the distinguished dignitaries. If we may please request you, sir, Dr. V.K. Paul, sir, to please stay with us to take forth the panel discussion. Meanwhile, thanking the other two distinguished dignitaries for steering this session. And if we may please request you now to be a part of us in the audience there. If we may have your gracious presence, please do be there to guide us and this panel. Thank you very much. And we'll take a moment to quickly get the days all ready to now embark for an expert-led discussion to be moderated by none other but, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. V.K. Paul, a noted persona and looks like I may now transcend on to inviting all the scholarly panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Sangamitra Patit, the additional DG, Indian Council of Medical Research, the co-moderator for this session. A very warm welcome to you, madam, and inviting all the other scholarly panelists for the session. Dr. Pradeep Malik, the former head Department of Wildlife Health Management and Senior Professor, Wildlife Institute of India. Welcome, sir. Welcoming Dr. Vishwajit Kumar, the founder and CEO, Principal Scientist, Community Empowerment Lab. Welcoming Dr. Sandra Albert, Director, IIPH Shillong. Welcoming Dr. Sunila Garg, Professor Emeritus from NAMS. Welcoming Lieutenant General Dr. Madhuri. May we have the honor, ladies and gentlemen, these are all noted personalities who we have the honor to hear from. Inviting Lieutenant General Dr. Madhuri Kanikar to please grace the days. The Vice Chancellor, former one though, from the Maharashtra University of Health Sciences. Inviting Dr. Pragya Sharma, Executive Director, National Health Systems Resource Center, to please grace the days. Welcoming Professor Sanjay Juvekar, ex-KEM Hospital Research Center. Dr. Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, the Program Analyst, Health Systems Strengthening Unit at UNDP. And bringing with them the state reflections, we have the honor of inviting from the state of Tripura, Shri Saju Wahid, IAS, the Mission Director, National Health Mission. From the state of Odisha, Dr. Pramila Baral, the Additional Director, Public Health, also the Nodal Officer, One Health, Odisha. And finally, from the state of Uttarakhand, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Rashmi Pant, the Director, NHM, Uttarakhand. And that perhaps was the only idea of requesting our esteemed dignitaries to step down and be a part of the auditorium just to make the best view possible and to have enough space available for all the scholarly panelists. With those words, handing over the session proceedings to the esteemed session moderator and co-moderator.
Namaskar, good afternoon to this very illustrious panel. And we have a very diverse and at the same time extremely illuminating panelist. We do have Professor B.K. Paul sir to guide us, and we have representatives from community-based organization, from academia, from development sector, and most importantly, from the state government. And already our two speakers have highlighted the importance of capacity building as pivotal if we are looking forward realizing the mission of One Health. And second, most importantly, One Health materializes when it is accepted by the community, done by the community, and for the community. So community engagement is another critical pillar for the success of One Health mission. Towards this panel discussion will not only highlight how community engagement can bring in our aspiration, at the same time share with all of us the various effective and demonstrated strategies for effective community engagement and what are the different capacity building interventions that have been done, what are the existing gaps, and how can we take forward with a framework for community engagement and capacity building for One Health truly. I will start the discussion by inviting Sri Pradeep Malik ji and from Wildlife. So we can go with Dr. Vishwajit Kumar from Community Empowerment Lab. The word empowerment is there in your organization, and you and your team have very successfully demonstrated that how, most importantly, maternal and childhood intervention can be realized or can be implemented for the community with the empowerment as the key. So in your opinion, given your huge experience in implementing maternal and childhood intervention, how do you see the same strategy can be implemented in One Health? How can the community be empowered not only to detect but also to prevent any outbreaks in zoonosis?
Thank you so much, Dr. Pati. Thank you, sir, Professor Paul. It's never easy to be sitting next to your teacher, but I will anyways try. So here I'm Vishwajit. See me as a villager who also does some science. And when you see me as a villager, it's very important. I'll just make three brief points. We did a study almost 20 years back where we had a program on behavior change management, a randomized control trial, and that showed a significant reduction in neonatal mortality. The message is not that I was part of that study. The message was that a community of unlettered mothers, mostly from the most marginalized sections of the community, they actually came together. They could be empowered with very simple tools, and they could dramatically cut down neonatal mortality, a domain that was largely within the pediatricians and the neonatologists of the world. And I think that's the most important story. So the first point that I'd like to make as a villager speaking to all of you is it's very important how you see me. Do you see me as the last mile? Do you see me as a passive recipient? Do you see me as just a beneficiary? Or do you see me as the first mile, the very purpose of your One Health program and this conclave? Do you see me as an active participant and a contributor to this national mission? I think this framing is extremely important and pivotal if we actually truly want to inspire the world for One Health. The second point that I'd like to make is also you have to know who I am. I'm not just an unlettered villager who hardly makes a couple of dollars in a day, but I carry within me a millennia
of tradition, knowledge, and a civilizational history. And therefore, I'm not an empty cup, and therefore, just an awareness intervention doesn't work. And so it's very important that you need to engage me with respect. You need to understand who I am. I also have some knowledge that I can bring, and together we can actually make every intervention work. So I would say that would be my second important, that's my first important point, the next point. The last point that I would make is you also have to recognize that I'm not just alone. I live in a vast social network of relationships, and each of us are codependent. And so we are 1.4 billion people. And therefore, if you see, and I start with what Professor Paul ended with, that one of the highlights of our fight in the pandemic and the reason India actually emerged as an example was also the resilience and the participation and the leadership of the community. And therefore, you need to see us as vast network available for you to participate and lead the One Health mission at the level of the household, at the level of the village, at the level of the block, at every neighborhood in the country. We should not be seen just as aberration out there that you can just train and educate me. I will end by just saying that as a villager of an average villager of a country, I also aspire and I also bring some capacity to contribute to this national mission. And I think when you see me this way, I think it changes everything, the way you engage, the tools you deploy, and the outcome that we finally deliver. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. In fact, the very important point that you highlighted is that community leadership and making community feel owned. And making any intervention that works in the community, very importantly, there are two critical ingredients. It has to be contextualized and it has to be culturally very appropriate. So our next panelist is, of course, Dr. Sanjay Juvekar, who has been all through an anthropologist and worked so much with how can the community intervention be very culturally oriented. So Professor Juvekar, given your such a huge experience and expertise working with the community, what do you feel that the critical skills that the policymakers, program implementers, and researchers need to acquire when they want to do any intervention in the community regarding to One Health? So what are those 1, 2, 3 skill set that you feel are very important and going to make it successful?
Thank you, Dr. Sangamitra, for that question. Don't go on this quote. I'm a man from the rural areas. I've been working there. So yes. So if I think about the One Health and at the rural and the tribal areas we are talking, the primary skills, it's not about science. I think scientific skills we have been hearing since yesterday. Everybody has a lot of things are there on papers and in the minds of the people. Primarily, if it is about the field work, what is more important? It is the thorough knowledge that is imparted to the people. And knowledge doesn't mean about only, if I'm from health, about health. It's about my own domain of health, the animal health, the environment, and more so about the specific work that you're going to go with to the community. So that is the knowledge one should definitely have, right from top to the bottom, right at the grassroots level. And then even more important is the truthfulness. How truthfully can you tell the people the One Health as a concept is for us, the researchers, maybe for the policy people, but for the people themselves, does it make any sense? That is more important. So truthfully tell them what you bring, what agenda you have in mind when you are going to the people to have involvement of the people in your task or in your research. Then another important skill that is extremely important for anyone to go on the field and talk to the community for community engagement is value to the people's perceptions, value to the people's decisions, value. So how much of value do you have? Or do you want to just push your agenda on One Health? That is what you need to know. And for that, even more important, I believe, is you should have the value of keeping away, rather have the expertise or the guts to keep away your own prejudices about the community when you are going into the community. Never ever think that this is what One Health written at the policy level and we know it, so we are here to give it to the community. No, believe us, the community has been practicing a lot towards the One Health. It's we who feel we have organized it together and trying to take it to the community in a specific manner that we feel is appropriate. So going to the community without any prejudiced mind is extremely important. And I think these are the 4 skills I would say very important for anybody. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Professor Juvekar. So valuing the community and harnessing on the indigenous wisdom and the local wisdom are the key. And when it comes to harnessing indigenous wisdom, Northeast poses a very special role. So please don't get surprised that I am changing the sequence so that to keep you awake, as Dr. Juvekar told that we have to keep awake. So to keep all the audience awake, we are just changing the sequence so that you should keep guessing who is the next. So over to Professor Sandra Albert. You have worked all through in Northeast, and your all special work has been around how can we work with indigenous community, especially Northeastern Hilly population. And in your experience, what are the challenges you faced while working with indigenous community, and what are the lessons you could share with the larger audience today that has helped you in implementing, because you do have a Center for One Health Excellence as well, especially when it comes to One Health. What has been your lessons and what you would like to share with all of us while working with an indigenous community in One Health?
Thank you, Dr. Sangamitra, for that question. Yes, we do have One Health Zoonotic Vector-Borne Disease Center established with funding from the DBT Wellcome Trust India Alliance, which we have established in collaboration with the ICAR, Meghalaya, as well as CMC Velo. And a lot of activities are going on in the Northeast as part of this. I'm going to just, instead of giving you from the abstract, I'll just share a couple of examples from our work. I think taking on from what Dr. Vishwajit said, one is when we work in communities and when we're trying to understand, I think context is important. And that's an easy word to say, but sometimes takes time to actually understand what we mean. Ever since we set up the center, we did one of the first prevalence surveys, the baseline surveys, and we found that things like scrub typhus had a prevalence of about 13%, leptospirosis 9%, which was quite surprising to us, brucellosis was 4%, and so on. So we then now have to understand what the communities understand and think about it, right? One thing that we in our initial interactions with the community, they really didn't have too much of an understanding of the word zoonosis. But that did not mean, and when you unpack what they're talking about, that they did not have an understanding of some of the diseases at least. For instance, let's take scrub typhus. We realized that they actually had a word for it in their language, and it equates loosely translated to something like that the problem which comes with the ripening of the chestnut. So in other words, they do have something, and maybe something which we need to dig deeper when we are trying to find solutions to it. And like Vishwadit said, that things like culling, which is an extreme end of what we do, and Dr. Paul, you mentioned about this. That would be heartbreaking to an indigenous person and who's lived with these animals almost like pets. And it will also be a trust breaker in some sense if we are reduced to that level of interaction when we're trying to do something about an outbreak, say. So then so much do we have to work and prepare for that eventuality. You cannot go in and then suddenly say, this is for the good of the community and we got to do it. Because if you do that, I know COVID has been shown as a great example of how we did many wonderful things, and we did. But we also found that among the indigenous communities, we had over 50% refusal for the vaccines when they came out. And that the whole thing was about to do with the erosion of trust. So how do we continuously work with them? How do we learn from them? I think the first is that the approach that we can indeed learn from them, and it is not that we are just going to give them something wonderful. So having that the approach to which that while we listen, learn, and then adapt ourselves. So I think for from all our work that we're trying to do is repeatedly remind ourselves that there is something to be learned in every interaction, and we got to jointly develop whatever interactions that we are, whatever materials, whether it is awareness, change, or any other intervention that we want to do. How do we co-create the solutions? And do you want me to start? Uh, and in terms of, I think this particular piece of funding. Now you also have to look at. There's a lot of data being generated, but we also want to develop capabilities among young researchers in the area in terms of being able to deal with all the data that's coming. And you can't forever helicopter, and you all know that the Northeast region, we do have a paucity of very highly trained people to do all that kind of analysis, but we do want to enhance the abilities to find the solutions, right? And so one of the things that we're doing is to offer One Health fellowships. You've seen some of them presenting at the hackathon, and what is the DBT's fellowship has allowed us to do a very tailored program in which we use both international and national experts. For instance, nationally, we have now been interacting with the ISRO team, particularly the Northeast Space Agency's center there, as well as the RRSC in North, Dr. Samir Saran's team. They have been coming and teaching our young people how to deal with all the large geospatial data, and how can we then understand and for better developing solutions, as also get the big picture as well as the local niche solutions that need to be developed.
Yeah, thank you, Sandra. In fact, you answered my second question, which I was about to ask: what are the capacity building needs, especially for Northeast? And I think you read my mind and you answered it. So moving to capacity building needs, and the most importantly, when it comes to Northeast or when it comes to One Health for that purpose, I would request Dr. Pradeep Malik, sir. So what are the capacity building needs that you feel, especially in wildlife, because one of the critical players in One Health is wildlife. So in your opinion, what are the capacity gaps, and how can we have a capacity building framework, especially for wildlife personnel, on the frontline workers, so they're involved in not only zoonosis surveillance, but also response as well?
Thank you. Thank you, ICMR and Dr. Behel, and in particular, Dr. Nivedita Gupta, for inviting me for this very important conclave. And I'm very thankful to Dr. Paul for chairing this session. And I'm going to speak something very important. And I understand that everybody has talked about very high level of capacity in terms of diagnostics, in terms of treatment, and in terms of many other areas. But what is missing here, which I'll probably highlight, is that the connection between the emerging diseases and the wildlife. Very early in my career at the Wildlife Institute of India, I was given the responsibility to develop some of the modules for the training program for Indian Forest Service officers for their postgraduate training in wildlife management. So I realized while developing those modules in wildlife health management that these modules alone will not help. We need to have some kind of capacity, regional capacity at the field level. And why I realized that? Because if you see the size of the protected areas in India, they are very small in size. 100 square kilometer, 300 square kilometer, 500 square kilometer, only few areas 1000 square kilometer and above. In comparison to, if you see Serengeti Masai Mara system, 22,000 square kilometer, Kruger in southern Africa, about 20,000 square kilometer. So on an average, our protected areas, let's say about 500 square kilometer. But if you see what is happening at the interface of these protected areas and human environment, there is an extreme amount of pressure from the local communities for their local needs in terms of fodder, in terms of water for their animals, and in terms of grazing of their animals, and in terms of fuel wood, apart from the medicinal plants which they need for their local needs. And apart from that, there is an industrial development all around these protected areas, most of these protected areas. So what is happening is that there is a very intense interaction between the wildlife and human environment. And if you see in last 3 to 4 decades, when I joined the veterinary school in 1976, my elder sister also joined a medical school. So I was reading the veterinary books as well as I was reading the Harrison's Book of Medicine. And I realized that whatever today, after joining the Wildlife Institute of India, what I was seeing, none of those diseases which are emerging as very serious pathogens, which have pandemic potential, were not mentioned in Harrison's Book of Medicine. So these were newly emerging pathogens, novel pathogens. So what needs to be done? Why these pathogens are emerging? These pathogens are largely emerging not because of the fault of wildlife, but because humans are digging very deep into these wildlife resources. Take example of Ebola, how it's originated. Take example of many similar diseases. It is simply because of the human behavior, and humans are going very deep into wildlife habitats. That is one of the reasons. So what we need, and I have seen that I was recently involved in influenza A virus investigation in Eastern UP, and high security lab was also involved. So I realized that, okay, we have found that this is influenza A virus, which is causing mortality in tigers and leopards. This is very, very serious issue that the influenza A virus have recently adopted into multiple numbers of the mammalian host, which is a very worrying thing. And recently in entire United States, you may be knowing that even the cows are having influenza viruses, and this is a lot of worry thing. So what we need, that individually medical science people, medical institutions, animal health institutions, and many other similar institutions are working alone in their field. But what we need to work at this interface, working jointly, having not only epidemiologists or animal or human health professionals, but also the conservation scientists, the ecologists, because unless we understand the ecological context of the disease, we will be keep on developing newer vaccines, newer pharmaceuticals, newer diagnostics tests, but these pathogens will keep on coming. More and more novel pathogens will keep on coming. So we have to really understand the ecological context to stop these diseases and to minimize the human wildlife interface, so that the transfer of the disease from livestock and human environment to wildlife is minimized, and from wildlife to human environment is minimized. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. In fact, a very important point highlighted from the wildlife sector is that it's all about capacity building in terms of trying to find out the etiology, trying to understand the transmission, and at the same time, how do we craft a joint response? So we have two academic stalwarts with us and two powerful women as well. So I'll move to Sunila ma'am, that in your opinion, since you have been in academia for such a long time and also with professional associations such as IAPSM and IPHA, so in your view, what do you see as the key capacity gaps in our country while it comes to, as Dr. Malik very rightly pointed out, training in epidemiology, training in transmission, and training about One Health response by the community. So what are the key capacity building gaps that we really need to look at the moment?
Thank you, Dr. Bahel and ICMR and whole of this group, and Dr. Paul for chairing this session. And it is really very, very important. I think having a journey of across 43 years in the field of public health, and did my MD in 82 under Dr. Sushila Nair at Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Medical Sciences, which was a rural institute. And at that time, let me tell you, I went to the families, adopting 5 families for a period of 4.5 years. So that gave me a learning of what family is, what interrelationships are, how the family is taking care of the stocks and all that. And over a period of time, then you learn. But coming back to, that was Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Medical Sciences, where I learned about the community part of it. But right now, if I feel that if there are two pillars which are going to determine our success, our capacity building across sectors, number one. Number two is we have to have deep community engagement, which I talked through one of my examples, and now National Medical Commission has adopted that, and we will be able to see the results in a shorter while. Now, academia, and I'll first talk about the academia because we need to have real curriculum reforms starting from beginning foundation course. The moment the medical graduate joins or the nursing graduate joins, that is very important part, that we give him orientation to One Health concept, and which has got to be competency based learning on zoonosis, vector ecology, antimicrobial resistance, food safety, and climate related risks in a very simple and practical manner. Like when we tell to the young students sitting over here, now what are the risks of climate change in your own area, whether we talk of pollution, whether we talk of heat rises, and also that part is very important. Second is the case-based learning, whether we talk of, all the graduates across the sectors, whether they are undergraduates, postgraduates, and all that. And so that part is very important. So experiential learning also becomes very, very important. And classroom knowledge has to translate into field-based competencies, which has to be not the case only amongst the medical colleges and all, but we must talk across professional associations also. Now, when we talk of Indian Academy of Pediatrics or Indian Association of Preventive and Social Medicine, or, when we talk of Geriatric Society of India and all that, for the first time, all these associations, I think 15 associations came together to talk about adult vaccination, which is really the need of the hour. And then still also we are talking about, like let's say there's a pregnant mother, and how many of us we do the surveillance regarding that the pregnant mothers are suffering from influenza or any other disease. So that part, adult immunization in this context, I was really impressed that each association, they, even including the Geriatric Society of India, gave their, views regarding that these vaccines are must, these are vital, and these are mandatory vaccines. So that is important part. Another important part is that through this, whether it is academia or it is professional association or it is the industry partner, each one of us has to think about research and knowledge generation, which has got to be the constant process, and we must look into that. And also we must look into the whole component of building leadership. So building leadership we need not, we need public health leaders, which has been already brought out by COVID, that exactly, we need leadership at all fronts, and that is beyond the silos professionals who understand behavior, who understand ecosystems, who understand social determinants and the economics of prevention. So that part is very important. So I've already told you about the model of family adoption program. And then also we need to look at, India's private sector and industry have got a critical analytical role in building One Health capacity, and which will include all the private hospitals, clinics and laboratories, which will take the role of early detection, reporting of unusual clinical events, because majority of the cases are going to those sectors as well. And they also, private sector also must be involved in outbreak response, information and information sharing. That part is also very important. And training our own workforce right from top to bottom. That means I'm talking of workers till the grassroots level where there's a lot of, fragmentation. So as I said, industry, involvement in development of vaccines, new antimicrobials, diagnostics, and point-of-care tests, antimicrobial surveillance through, responsible manufacturing processes, and community pharmacovigilance and post-marketing safety system. These are important, and we need to look at medtech, agritech, and AI startups. So this is all through, what I'm going to say, and we cannot ignore the role of corporate sectors are there. Corporate social responsibility plays a very, very important role in, and their investments can strengthen, community-based surveillance, risk communication and health literacy, local trainings for panchayats, traditional tribal councils, because India is not rural now. India is rural, urban, urban, slum, tribal. So we are looking at diverse segment of population, school-based activities. And I remember when Dr. Paul had conducted, Niti had conducted health promoting schools. We need to focus on that part, at least our adolescents are the messengers of change. We have involved them in eradication of polio through polio, Unmoolan Sena and all that. So like that, we must empower them to keep their eyes and ears open with regard to that part. So, and also industry partnerships can bring speed, technology and scalability to India's One Health mission. So for One Health to succeed, we must create an ecosystem where number one, academia generates knowledge. Number two, students and for frontline workers, they engage with the communities. Number three, private sector and industry, they bring innovation. And fourth is that the government provides stewardship, which is really happening. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, and thank you for providing the whole integrated framework for One Health capacity building. And nothing could be better than having academic institutions. So Professor Kanikar, ma'am, being at the Vice Chancellor of Maharashtra University of Health Sciences and being also a pediatrician, so in your view, and what do you suggest? How can we have, as Sunila ma'am very rightly pointed out, it should be cross-cutting, it should be multi-sectoral, multidisciplinary, multi-leveled. So how can we have One Health leadership in academic institution, and how can, in short, academic institution be One Health promoting academic institutions?
Thank you so much to the chairpersons for this question. But I'm going to, as an ex-vice chancellor, play a devil's advocate. And I'm going to speak on behalf of the students. I mean, we've all talked of capacity building and putting courses and trans-sectoral. What drives learning from a student are only two things. One is exam, that is assessment. And the second is I learn to earn. So unless all of us in leadership, we have moved to the public health subsequently. Very few take it as the first choice when they go to a medical school. So that's number one. So unless we have a governance structure where we have public health as a career option with a cadre, I don't think we can get people to move into public health. So to develop a leadership, it is more along the journey rather than as a primary choice. That's number one. Second thing is trans-sectoral. We would need to, the NEP is excellent in that. We look forward to having multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary courses. However, the structure that we are at with the NMC and the health universities, veterinary, agriculture have no connection with health. So giving those courses in a traditional manner will not be possible. And therefore, I propose a little different model in which one is very correctly, Dr. Paul brought out, it has to be a Jan Andolan. I mean, the point of the NGOT starts from the eyes and the ears, and Vandana Madam gave a beautiful structure. So we need community, activation, but more than that, what else is the training of the NGOTs that she said? The future is going to be like a gig economy. So when there is an event, you come together, and the excellent exercises showed that. So that would be that for a need, you come together, you acquire the skills, you utilize them. So people who already have a job and would be expected to do that work would be the second level. First is community awareness. We have meetings like this, so people are aware that there is something beyond sickness and that health is one health and it across borders. The general awareness of the community increases. The medical students are given as a part of their public health. The fellowships, all universities, institutions are running masters in public health, masters in public health and nutrition. In that, One Health can be introduced as a structured course, and the other thing can be as electives. So when you need to know it, you can get that. I think that would be a way forward to have capacity building and develop it to the next level of leadership?
Thank you, ma'am. And you have very rightly pointed out that we really need to build a whole cadre of system. And we do have Dr. Pragya who comes from NHSRC. So in your opinion, how do you see, how can we strengthen the whole public health system? Or what, I mean, how can we adopt a whole of system approach for strengthening One Health capacity in the country? Very briefly, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pati. And I'm really feeling happy to see that we are talking about integration rather than developing a separate system of capacity building at all the levels. Am I audible? Yeah. So, we all know that NHM is a system, and the strength of NHM is convergence, penetration right into the community level through our peripheral health system, facilities, our community link workers, ASHA, the ANM, who is the grassroots worker, and the first responder in the community. So we already have a set system which just needs to integrate with the objective of One Health. So picking up from my predecessors, my co-panelists, what they just said, it is nothing new. One Health is, we already knew about One Health for ages. So for the first time, we are talking about integration in terms of capacity building. So when we see integration for capacity building, it is right from the training to the building of the capacity for surveillance, for reporting, for data, for lab diagnosis, and at all the levels. So if we look at capacity building, there is already a set mechanism under NHM, and of course the integration at all the levels will ease out and facilitate the building of capacity and implementation of One Health in attaining its objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pragya. It brings down also the very important issue of convergence, because One Health is also not about only engagement, capacity building, but also another very important C is convergence. So I'll move to Dr. Chiranjit and ask, suggest you to give an idea. What are the barriers you feel in having a full convergence when it comes to human health, animal health, and environmental health for One Health? And what do you feel, what could be one of the strategies to overcome that? Very briefly, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. First and foremost, would like to thank the organizers for inviting UNDP to this forum. And it's really delightful that today we are on the last session of the second day, and the crowd is the same like it was on the first session yesterday. So want to congratulate all of you, and I think all of us will go back inspired for this session to do our work. So, ma'am, coming to your question, and I think after listening to the esteemed panelist and the senior panelist, I don't have much to add, but just reflecting from where Madam Pragya was talking about, I was just reflecting on the work that we have been doing with the Ministry of Health, the Center for One Health in NCDC, and we see that so many wonderful initiatives in terms of One Health, like we have this state action plan for dog-mediated rabies elimination, which takes a One Health approach, and then capacity building is being done at the state level and district level. Similarly, we have the state action plan for antimicrobial resistance, state action plan for national program for climate change and human health. So I think within this aspect also, in terms of converging these action plans at state level and district level, and then within them, whether it is capacity building, community outreach, I think we have to reflect that already there are committees like state zoonotic committees or district level zoonotic committees, but whether they are encompassing everything or whether we can have an umbrella committee which take care of all these aspects. I think in terms of governance or convergence, this can be an important area. But then looking back and coming back at the national level, I think we have taken very strong steps in the form of the formation of the National One Health Mission. I think with this we can move downwards and look at convergence at the grassroots level. Coming to the field level, I think we are still a long way to go in the sense of community engagement in a converged manner. So while I think the community outreach through frontline workers in human health like ASA and ANM, that has been much more strengthened. If you look at maybe say in wildlife sector or animal husbandry sector. So how do you bring all the community volunteers at the same level in terms of community outreach for One Health? I think that again will contribute to the overall convergence. So I think convergence has to happen at all level. But I think in the federal structure like India, the beginning we have done at the national level, I think is very positive, and I would remain positive for the future.
Thank you, Dr. Chiranjeev, for highlighting a very important point that convergence from national has to go to the state level, to district, and of course to the village and community level. We do have 3 representatives from 3 states who are going to highlight how they are doing the convergence and how they are making sure that the One Health framework gets into action. So we will start with from Tripura state, Sri Saju Wahid IAS, who is the Mission Director, National Health Mission Tripura. So very briefly, if you would like to share how Tripura government has done this One Health framework in practice, and what has been your experience in terms of implementing through convergence, community engagement, and capacity building?
Thank you so much for giving an opportunity in this big audience and also a galaxy of eminent speakers. Tripura have a 70% of international border, and also our 70% is forest cover, and we are an agro-based economy also. So the One Health is a very valid point in case of Tripura and Tripura's community. To deal with the whole multi-sectoral complex issue, we have at the state level, we have the state task force chaired by Honorable Secretary Health, and also having all the ministries under him, and to take any case, any kind of outbreaks or any other emergencies. And we have rapid response team at the state level and also at the district level. And also we have an state-of-art VRDL lab at the Agartala Medical College, and they are all well equipped to deal with any situations. And any case of outbreak, it is all dealt with the surveillance system, especially under the IDSP program of NHM. And the IDSP portal is also well equipped to identify any kind of alert which is being done. The most important challenge which we have seen is, as different speakers have already told, unless and otherwise the lowest level, the CHOs or the community level officers or the medical doctor who is sitting at the public health public health system at the lowest level, if he is able to identify a normal fever and diagnosis, is it because of a zoonotic, or is it because of a microbial, is it because of any other disease, and he takes an initiative to go detailed into that particular thing and diagnosis what exactly the reason for this particular fever and whether there is any chance of it, and send that blood samples to the top level. If this is not done, we will not be able to do anything in that sector. Most of the case we are dealing all the things as in a normal case, and we will able to detect only when the outbreak happens. So as we said, as one of the speaker have said, we have to equip our medical doctors to learn to earn. More than that, they should learn to serve and to identify. In public health system, the most important thing is that. So we have to equip my doctors who are at the field level, who should be able to identify and should be able to send such kind of thing, which is most important fulcrum. And second thing, whether my field level health official is well equipped to have a convergence with the ARDD people or the agricultural staff, and in case of such issue comes up, whether he is able to do a convergence with other departments and do an activity together, that also we need to check. In order to get this done, only we have set up a task force at the central level, state level, and I am sure that this One Health mission at the national level and running as a mission in the whole nation definitely will equip my field staff to deal this issue as a single problem, having different sectors coming together. So I hope this will be a great initiative towards dealing with such situations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. From Tripura, we move to Odisha. Dr. Pramila Baral, who is the nodal officer for One Health. So what has been your experience in terms of being the nodal officer for One Health and implementing One Health framework in Odisha?
Okay. Respected distinguished panelists, sir, and other distinguished respected members present in the dais and in front of the dais, and respected audience, sir. And with respect to One Health in Odisha, Odisha is located in eastern India, having more than 4.5 5 crores of population. And we have 30 districts. And in 30 districts, we have 33 subdivisions and around 377 blocks and 6,688 health subcenters and 51,000, more than 51,000 villages, sir. And out of which 232 blocks are tribal in nature with 62 types of tribes living in that blocks. So coming to One Health, the One Health journey began in 2023 with having two key stakeholders meeting in which the concept for state action plan of this one state action plan for One Health was started, and it was vetted by all the departments. All the departments actually had their role in the developing that plan, and again it was released by our honorable minister. We have now a One Health cell and a project management unit for One Health cell. And again, Odisha is perennially affected by cyclone and flood. We have a dedicated funds for public health response, and under which this budget for state budget for One Health is also sanctioned. Again, we have planned for capacity building. We have assessed the need for capacity building of our diagnostic facilities, as VK Paul sir has said. We have also assessed the disease surveillance, need assessment for disease surveillance, for which we have planned for training, ma'am. We have planned like 58 batches, 5 batches of state TOT and 58 batches to undergo training. We have also started IFETP courses, out of which 30 scholars has been, epidemiologists have been trained by NI Chennai in this course for outbreak response. We have also developed the concept and communicated to all districts regarding joint RRT, in which the persons or the officers from veterinary department, agriculture department, and the food safety department are also a part of it, and their training, the state TOT is already completed. Secondly, we have this capsular course for One Health, which Simiti Tiwari madam had advocated, and we are going to give the microbiologist and epidemiologist, and as well as the veterinary epidemiologist, this course will be imparted very soon. And for capacity building of diagnostic facilities, sir, we are expanding the RT-PCR. We are repurposing the RT-PCR laboratories. We have already in the process all the 30 laboratories. And again, we have 30 district public health laboratories in which this zoonotic disease testing is being done. But we need to expand the range of tests. Only 3 to 4 tests are done. We really experience anthrax or zoonotic disease outbreaks in southern Odisha, Japanese encephalitis in southern Odisha, scrub typhus in western Odisha. So we have prioritized our zoonotic disease, which we'll focus upon. We have mapped the high priority disease districts also in which these zoonotic diseases are prevalent, ma'am. And again, we are trying that this induction training of microbiologists will also be given to the on One Health to improve the quality of testing and the number of testing also, and towards, and we are working towards NQAS certification. And regarding community engagement, I would want to suggest that the tribal peoples, they know their forest, they know their ecosystem well, so they also know the behaviors of the animals. If an animal feels sick, if animals showing unusual behavior, that a system can be developed so that they can report it to the nearest CSC medical officers or the similar veterinary officers, so that immediate action can be taken. Because we receive news when there is a death, a cattle death, and some anthrax case is happening. So if proactive surveillance is done by both departments and the information is coming to the tribal population or the village volunteers, then I think we can get the information, and proactively we can manage and prevent cases and death. And again, we have to sensitize them about trigger events. Trigger events in the sense that if they do know, because they are rearing animals, they are domesticating animals, so they know the animal health or animal. So we should sensitize them regarding animal hygiene, and also what are the good rearing practices, and also regarding the animal caregivers we should sensitize, and vaccination of the animals, like it is being undertaken by the veterinary department, but we need to collaborate with each other. For example, in case of rabies and all, ABC part is being done by the veterinary department. In Odisha, we have a good coordination with veterinary department, and we do it now. For the first time, ma'am, census, stray dog census is being done in our urban area, and in due course of time, we are also thinking of expanding this One Health Cell training and capacity building of all medical officers and paramedics and the volunteers and ASHAs, Anganwadis in our state, which is being under process and will be continued further. And I thank your team for giving a chance to Odisha to participate in this National One Health Assembly, which is a way forward for us to work in collaboration and coordination with other departments. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pramila. Now we move to Uttarakhand State, Madam Rasmi Pant, Director NHM, to briefly describe her experience of implementing One Health in Uttarakhand. If you're comfortable, ma'am, you can sit and give. No problem.
I have a presentation also. Respected eminent dignitaries of National One Health Mission, respected guests, I think we should all salute the concept translating knowledge to the practice. I think it defines why capacity building and community engagement is important. Because ultimately, if I'm a doctor, I'm a public health specialist, if I'm not able to communicate my knowledge to other stakeholders or to the community, working on the communication, collaboration, and coordination, I think mission of One Health will not be fulfilled. As well apprised by Executive Director NHSRC, yes, I'm a Director National Health Mission and National Health Mission since last 2005 has been working in coordination, collaboration within the department and with other stakeholders. It is a proud moment for me to say that Uttarakhand, with this capacity building and community engagement, madam, sir, we have reduced a maternal mortality ratio from 104 to 91 this year and IMR to 20. We have had institutional deliveries 96% and improved immunization coverage to round about 98%. Sir, ma'am, Uttarakhand is a state, is a hilly state, it's a Dev Bhumi. It is embraced with a range of Himalayas. We have a wild forest, well heard, the Corbett National Park. Yes, we are often suffering from the climatic vulnerabilities. And yes, the cloud burst, the rainfalls, the heavy rainfalls and landslides. You must have all heard of 2013, the great flood of Kedarnath. Very sad. Again this year, we had a cloud burst in Uttarkashi, Rudraprayag and Chamoli. It's a challenge for us to work in the state of Uttarakhand. But yes, under National Health Mission, we have been working since 2005 under various programs, be the maternal health, child health, communicable disease, non-communicable disease, and health system strengthening. For us, One Health is not a new strategy because we are already working under vector-borne diseases, we are already working under IDSP, IHP, IHIP, and yes, the snake bite program and the rabies control program is just launched. So now under One Health, we are trying to converge. If I talk about, as I told, we are a disaster and a seismic zone state. So we have a very activated disaster management action plan. We eliminated polio in 2014. Sir and ma'am, we were using the same platform, the same human resources also to implement One Health. As well said, we have grassroots levels. I have a very proactive 12,000 ASHAs working in Uttarakhand. We have ANMs, we have community health workers, 1,200 community health workers. So strengthening my same stakeholder workers, my service providers on the same concept, One Health, will help me in integrating the approach. If I talk about the real objectives of community health and capacity building and community engagement, yes, it will help us in building multi-sectoral work capacity. This community engagement and capacity building, I'm not talking about only about my health perspective, but I'm talking about all the 16 department stakeholders when they will be coming in the same platform. So my capacity building and community engagement will not be silos only to the health aspect, but to the various departments who are accountable and responsible for One Health. So my objective of capacity building and community engagement is to strengthen the multi-sectoral work capacity force, to strengthen grassroots health workers. They should be able to understand what are the warning signs. They should be addressed for risk communication. You know what happens when it's a disaster, an outbreak, there is an apprehension and anxiety, mera kya hoga? So our ultimate duty for community engagement is to help in saving their lives and make them stable enough to make an informed decision. to empower communities to recognize and report human-animal environmental health risk through awareness campaigns. Uttarakhand, we have our people and community, the main livelihood is cows, the cattle, the goat rearing. So for me, when I'm talking about health, I have to think about those villagers, those community, who are working for their livelihood, saving their cattle, not even immunizing them, not even giving good food. But yes, with these 2 day sessions, I came to know how animal and cattle insurance is important, how vaccinations of animal is important. So coming in such a great platform, I have tried to converge myself. So take home messages, once I go to my state, I'll try to converge with all my interdepartments and try to strengthen the concept of One Health. To develop the local health committees at village and panchayat level, because they are the first respondent. To ensure inclusive participation of marginalized groups, because they are the first victims to be sufferer during a disaster or pandemics. To integrate traditional knowledge systems into community-based One Health practices. It's not easy when you're talking about community and you talk about big things which they can't accept. So we should try to stick into the traditional knowledge. So intersectoral capacity building, I'll be focusing on the health once I go back to my state. Health, the Department of Animal Husbandry, Department of Environment, Meteorological Department, the State Disaster Management Authority, which are being already activated, and the Water Resource and Sanitation Department. We have an institutional framework in our state, at the state level committee. I'm proud to say our chairman, secretary, Animal Husbandry is Mr. Purushottam sir, and he's so passionate about implementing this program. And my secretary health, he's a state zoonotic committee. He's a chairperson for IDSP, VPD, and the climatic change. At the district level, we have a district task force, which is led by district magistrate. And at a block level, we have the committee, which is led by SDMs and the block level officers. And yes, the ultimate members, which are the respondent, will be PRIs, ASHA, ANMs, the village health sanitation committees, and the BHNDs. Look at the great list. When we talk about capacity building, it's not so easy because we have to take care of so many people, not only health, but the different departments is just a page. It can be many pages when we start working on a capacity building. So capacity building, I divided myself whom I will be training at the state level, at the district level, and at a block level. We had a capacity building and a community engagement, a pilot project, which we did in Udham Singh Nagar, where we focused on how we can train a local community for emergency response teams. They should be understanding what are the warning signs, what are the zoonotic disease risks, because we in the health, we always talk about, "Arey, bukhar to nahi hai." No, we should also talk about their cattle ka livelihood, the safe shelter practices. Such pilot projects will help all the states also that how health can converge in an existing microplan with other departments. So when it's community engagement, I involve my PRIs, my ASHA, my Anganwadi. Yes, the youth innovators need to take this home back message. The use of local champions, school children, women groups, and the regular feedback. It is remarkable success story that once I started training, initially they had only 56% of knowledge. And after the training, I think my state deserves a round of applause. They achieved 74% in terms of knowledge gathering from capacity. The main pilot project was how can they be made sensitive about the climatic sensitive public health emergencies through One Health and multi-sectoral approach. So these are the photographs, how my ASHA, ANM, Anganwadis, my DSOs, epidemiologists work at the Uttarakhand state. Kedarnath equine influenza outbreak was a very important joint investigation project, which was done by Department of Animal Husbandry and Department of Health. As we all know, Kedarnath is a well-known place in Uttarakhand for under Char Dham Yatra. So the response to that, we got a media alert that 1,000 equines on Kedarnath Road in quarantine after virus outbreak. You know that Kedarnath is not an easy place to go. So mainly the Char Dham Yatra, people are dependent on mules and horses. So what happened? We had a media alert. कि 1000 equines on Kedarnath route को quarantine कर दिया गया है because of virus outbreak. So what happened? Again, I said my animal husbandry secretary got alert. So the Kedarnath was planned on 2nd May 2025. It was a veterinary alert and mass equine testing started by animal husbandry, which detected that these equines started having flu-like illness. So record settlements that 16,000 animals were tested. Talk about Kedarnath, it's on a very high altitude. So health department on watch, started watching for any potential zoonotic spillover. On 7th May, what happened? There was again a media alert and verification that NCDC reported 14 equine deaths on 5th and 6th May. IDSP media flagged it's an alert. There were cluster deaths of horses and mules in Kedarnath route, and it could be a potential equine influenza outbreak. It was a suspected. So what happened? The 7th May, our joint investigation team got activated. Secretary Animal Husbandry convened review with District Administration and Health, and decision to halt equine movement for 24 hours was requested. Team for Central Expert Team also arrived there, and we have a very important veterinary institute, that is GB Pant in Pantnagar. They were also deployed. All these symptomatic animals were isolated, and 1,000 equines, ma'am, were quarantined. So what happened? The health started getting activated. We started working for case definitions, outbreak surveillance, and we focused on a vulnerable population, the pregnant women, the ANCs, and all the children to see whether they were suffering from fever or not. Emergency health infrastructure was activated. Very good to say that Yatra continued with a strengthening joint surveillance, and no human was found positive for equine under equine influenza, and demonstrated effective animal-human environment coordination, and there was zero human case despite the risk exposure to the environment. So this was a very apprehensive issue, but I'm not trying to make you all scared. Please, you all are welcome to Uttarakhand, because we are working on strengthening our surveillance, prevention, preparation, and also working on sensitivity of outbreak response. We have been working for Japanese encephalitis, leptospirosis.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we are feeling very safe, in fact, to visit. And we all of us must have made plans to visit. So please don't get surprised when you see the whole audience visiting.
No. It's more welcome. So it's way forward that we are trying to create more of modules.
And that passion is so palpable. I think every one of us feels so inspired and energized. So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
This is what Professor Paul sir was saying, that matters the most. States must own and state must take forward this mission forward. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Over to Paul sir for synthesizing and giving us the insights that all of us want to take back home and start practicing.
Thank you very much. You can see from the enthusiasm of the panel and the audience here that the vibrance of One Health mission has touched all of us. I like, on behalf of all of us, to give a big hand to our very, very esteemed panelists and the moderator. In the interest of time, we are not summarizing. We have taken copious notes, and we have additional new inputs to work on as a part of the thinking team within the system. What I wish to bring to your attention is two other groups about which, for community engagement, we have probably not mentioned at the moment. One, the media. Media shapes community engagement. Media shapes the narrative. Media is so important for ensuring community engagement, and for the media to be able to do the right job, we need to also have a strand of work, and I think I would like that to be added. Having been associated with media communication during the COVID-19 pandemic, what I learned was, of course, the challenges were infodemic, skepticism on the part of the people, which then had to be handled through the partnership of the media, skepticism, wrong information, half truths, quarter truths. All this will come up. It may happen at the localized level, but eventually it could be macro. And not surprisingly, a term like infodemic was crafted in the very early phase of the pandemic. What works to address this, from my humble experience is speak truth, explain why we are taking these decisions, difficult decisions, culling of animals, vaccines, quarantine, containments, lockdowns, and so on, and then build a trust. And that again comes by sharing the right information. If we don't have information, simply say we are waiting for this information to come. People would not like to be misguided. So trust and truth is the foundation of risk communication. And here we would like to identify an area of work is to be engaging with the people who shape ideas. These are in the new world, not only the print media, but the electronic media, but also the new terminology such as influencers and social media and so on, which has a profound impact. The second, the law and order machinery plays an important part. We should also include the police and the para police institutions such as the home guards and so on, and the force multipliers such as the NCC and the NSS, etc., to be also in our ambit of engagement. We should have material that they can understand, and we should have an SOP available should the need arise. But at the higher level, yes, it should be communicated that this is the kind of narrative that may be needed at some point in time locally or at a bigger at a larger population and geographical level. So I would urge that team DHR, ICMR, and all the institutions. One of our partners, therefore, is the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. We must keep them in the loop. If they are not already part of the list, they should be. And indeed, from there emanates our approach and our outreach to the larger community of media. I like us to remember that, as well as also the law and order machinery. With these words, thank you very much. This has been wonderful. Once again, a big hand to our team here. Thank you.
So they say few sessions leave an imprint with us long after, even when they culminate. And I think this panel is certainly one of them, which has intertwined with their perspective, purpose, and passion. And we are deeply grateful to the distinguished panel. May we please request you to kindly step forward for a group photograph. And with that, we march on to the valedictory session on this occasion of the National One Health Mission Assembly 2025. I'll take a few minutes to invite the dignitaries for the valedictory session. And we'll request you all to stay seated, ladies and gentlemen, because the valedictory session also has the awards ceremony as a part of it to encourage some of the most creative young minds that have participated in various competitions, and I would let you all know about that. Meanwhile, just requesting you all to please stay seated. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the dais Dr. V.K. Paul, Honorable Member Niti Aayog, once again with a resounding round of applause, and Dr. Rajiv Behel, the Secretary DHR DG ICMR. I also take the privilege to now invite the state health officials to please grace the dais. We welcome Dr. Beena George from Kerala, Dr. Kamlesh Upadhyay from Gujarat, Dr. Pinky Joel from Uttar Pradesh, Shri Saju Wahid from Tripura, Srimati Vandana Jain from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and Srimati Bindu from Madhya Pradesh, requesting all our esteemed state health officials to please come up on the dais. And at the onset of the session, may I please request you, sir, Dr. V.K. Paul, sir, to kindly do the honors of extending a floral felicitations to our esteemed state officials. Felicitations to Dr. Beena George. May I please request you, sir, to kindly give this floral felicitation to Madam Beena George. Kindly accept this token. Felicitations to Dr. Kamlesh Upadhyay from Gujarat. And Dr. Rajiv Behel, sir, if we can please request you to please join in doing these honors. Felicitations to Dr. Pinky Joel, Uttar Pradesh. Felicitations to Shri Saju Wahid, Tripura. Felicitations to Srimati Vandana Jain, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And felicitations to Srimati Bindu from Madhya Pradesh. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as a part of the National One Health Mission Assembly 2025, nationwide inter-school competitions were held, which brought together young minds from across the country to spread awareness about the interconnectedness between human, animal, and environmental health. And through this seminal platform, I bring to you the names of the winners. In the model making competition category, the first award goes to National Academy for Learning, Bengaluru, the team led by Akshara. The second prize goes to Jagran Public School, Noida, led by the team Laiba Aftab. And the third prize has been conferred upon CM Shri School, Dwarka, the team led by Vansh. The next category This is in absentia. This is just to notify their names through this seminal platform. We congratulate all the winners who hear us. For the category slogan competition, the first award goes to Lovedale Central School, Belagavi, Karnataka, to Sohan Roy. The second award goes to the Manthan School, Telangana, to Tanisha Agarwal. And the third award is being conferred upon Bombay Scottish School, Mahim, Mumbai, to Arish Lakhwani. The next category is the reel making competition category, and the first award is being conferred upon Sagar Public School, Bhopal, to team led by Hardik Upadhyay. The second goes to Mothers Public School, Khorda, Orissa, to the team led by Jasleen Kaur. And the third award goes to National Academy for Learning, Bengaluru, to the team led by Aishwarya Gowda. The next segment was the painting competitions, and in that, the first award goes to Sagar Public School, Bhopal, to Asavari Pense. The second award has been conferred upon Sai International School, Hyderabad, to Jipsna Maharana. And the third award has been conferred upon Sagar Public School, Bhopal, to Dipanjana. Well, the One Health Mission Assembly also had a very spirited hackathon as a part of it. Idea One, Innovating for One Health, a national hackathon empowering youth to become health innovators and change makers. It brought together students, researchers, and early career professionals from medicine, veterinary science, engineering, ecology, policy to co-develop solutions for challenges like zoonotic diseases, antimicrobial resistance, and climate-linked health risk. Organized under NOHM with the guidance from ICMR, this event was co-hosted by Manipal Academy of Higher Education, coordinated by Prasanna School of Public Health with the Manipal Institute of Technology, Manipal Institute of Virology, and the Kasturba Medical College. The registrations opened on October 25, and the drawing contributions from ladies and gentlemen, more than 700 submissions across our nation. Regional rounds were held across 6 zones on the World Health Day at MAHE campuses and ICMR campuses. So from the 10 shortlisted teams per zone, the top 3 advanced to the finals. And the national teams at the finale were 18 in number, out of which experts from across ministries have evaluated various models. These teams from diverse disciplines showcased innovative ideas tackling public health issues. And now, if I may please request Dr. V.K. Paul sir and Dr. Rajiv Behel sir to please step forward and do the honors of felicitating the winners of the hackathon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so these are the young minds and talents which are now going to come up on the stage. And as I announce them, I'd request you all to encourage them with a resounding round of applause. We invite the third winner of the hackathon, Team Aegis Biosurveillance. May we have the team up on the dais? A group of undergraduate medical students who created an integrated data-driven platform for real-time disease intelligence and outbreak prediction. Do we have the team representatives amidst us? There they are. There they come. That, ladies and gentlemen, is Team Aegis Biosurveillance winning the third prize in the hackathon. And we'll request the other teams to please be ready and quickly come up on the dais as we now call upon the second prize in the hackathon goes to Team One Tribe. Ladies and gentlemen, Team One Tribe students from Public Health designed a comprehensive surveillance system integrating data from existing reporting platforms. The winner representatives to quickly come up with a beautiful smile, lighting up their faces. And ladies and gentlemen, unveiling now the winner of the hackathon. The first prize goes to Team Inzora X. All right, so that, ladies and gentlemen, is Team Inzora X. Students from biotechnology, computer science, and cybersecurity who are winning the first prize for developing drone and rover-based surveillance prototypes to identify humans and animals in disaster zones for efficient rescue. And I think they do deserve all your encouragement reflected in your round of applauses. Many, many congratulations, the winners of the hackathon, Team Inzora X. Thank you very much to all our distinguished dignitaries for doing the honors. May we request you to kindly take your seats. And with that, if I may once again have the honor of inviting Dr. V.K. Paul, sir, to please address us on what this assembly has traversed through and how to take it forward.
Distinguished colleagues on the dais, friends, as we come to the conclusion of One Health, National One Health Assembly 2025, I'm sure all of us are going back to our workplaces, to our missions, respective missions, with one thought that this event, when seen 10 years from now, will be noted to be an inflection point for the One Health movement. Through this event, we have connected various sectors above all. We have connected communities directly to an extent and hopefully indirectly to a bigger extent. We connected different stakeholders, academics, scientists, administrators, think tanks, youth above all, and so on. So very, very satisfying event has been accomplished with great success. So a big hand first and foremost to the organizers of the assembly. Thank you very much for thinking about the contours of the conclave, the ambition, the big ambition that you set for all of us, and to get so many people into this hall and doing it on a scale is very, very charging, very inspirational. I just like to make 2 points now in terms of the work forward. There are many strands of work. All those have been duly noted. One is that the real action from now on moves to the state, districts, municipalities, and panchayats. That's where the true action is. We have many tools to do so. We have many platforms to do so. But the real strength of our preparedness for the One Health challenges and response thereof is truly at the grassroots level. And therefore, one resolution that emerges from the deliberations that we have had for the last 1.5 to 2 days is truly to now move forward with this new and yet not so new endeavor and take it to the state and elicit the state stewardship, create the teams. We have nodal officers already created, but go beyond that and really take this movement to the state, the district, municipalities, and the villages and the panchayat. So that's one takeaway we all have responsibility for. I like to see in doing so our interface with the disaster management system that exists in our country and right down to the grassroots level. And I think we need to connect with that aspect. But that infrastructure and system and the framework more effectively. Very happy to have seen the youth being present here, and thank you very much. You added zest to this whole activity. You heard ideas. We also highlighted from the dais the importance of engaging the students, engaging the school system very rightly, and we hope that when you go back, you will spread the need to be alert to the issues that emerge from health and cross-cutting health systems that look after the animal kingdom, livestock, wildlife, environment, as well as human health. Clearly, the theme that we had set out has reverberated in the discussions here, namely one earth, one health, and one future. I think we have fulfilled our discussions have fulfilled the mandate within the sphere of One Health and pandemic preparedness very effectively. I wish to thank you on behalf of the government, on behalf of the organizing team, on behalf of the partnering institutions for having been a part of this momentous occasion. And we look forward to continuing discussion, continuing engagement, and we hope that this very important agenda which deals with nations' health security, nations' welfare and well-being will be partnered by all of us as we go back to our workplaces. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite Dr. Pragya Yadav, Scientist F, the Director in Charge, ICMR National Institute of One Health, Nagpur, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
As we stand at the forefront of a new era in India's health security, the past 2 days have shown us one truth unmistakably. When India unites, One Health becomes not just a mission but a national movement. It is my profound honor and privilege to extend the vote of thanks on behalf of the National One Health Mission. Esteemed secretaries, distinguished international partners, respected scientists, representations from state and union territories, and colleagues from across sectors. Over these 2 enriching days, this assembly has brought together the most influencing minds shaping India's preparedness across human health, animal health, wildlife, agriculture, environment, and national security. The depth of dialogue and shared commitments we witness reaffirm our nation's collective resolve to strengthen the One Health framework. Above all, we place on record our profound gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. It is his visionary clarion call of One Earth, One Health that served as the genesis of the national mission. His mandate to break the silos between human, animal, and environmental sector, and his unwavering commitment to Atmanirbhar Bharat in health security have been the guiding light behind every strategy discussed in this assembly. At the outset, we express our deepest gratitude to our patron, Sri Jagat Prakash Nadda ji, Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizer, for his support and laying out a compelling vision for an integrated One Health future for India. We extend our sincere appreciation to Professor Ajay Sood sir, the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, whose strategic leadership and scientific stewardship shaped the intellectual depth and direction of this assembly. His emphasis on intersectoral convergence, innovations, and actionable preparedness remains central to the One Health agenda. We are deeply grateful to Dr. V.K. Paul sir, Member Niti Aayog, for his insightful guidance and for steering critical discussion on medical countermeasures, community engagement, and system strengthening. His leadership has been instrumental in elevating One Health from concept to coordinated national action. I would like to especially thank Dr. Parvinder Mani, Secretary PSA, for support and guidance in this journey. We also wish to place on record the sincere and heartfelt thanks to Dr. Rajiv Bahal sir, the Director General, Indian Council of Medical Research and Secretary DHR, for his exceptional leadership and unwavering support to the National One Health Mission. We sincerely thank Dr. Tedros Adhanom, Director General of WHO, Dr. Elu Duhong, Regional Representative Asia Pacific, Dr. Sim Mehti from World Bank, Professor James from CEPI, Dr. Roja from WHO, and also the representation from UKHS. Our gratitude extends to all our international partners from WHO, FAO, CEPI, World Bank, Gates Foundation, FIND, IAB, European Union, and United States for sharing global perspective, best practices, and collaborative pathways that enrich our roadmap and also solidarity with India. We deeply appreciate the contribution of the secretaries of multiple ministries whose presentation and sectoral insight highlighted the true essence of One Health, shared responsibility, unified strategies, and coordinated action across domain. We also extend our heartfelt gratitude to the leadership of other key departments and ministries who, while unable to be present personally, nominated their dedicated teams and experts to present them. Your commitment ensured that the One Health framework remains inclusive, comprehensive, and truly cross-sectoral. We extend a special vote of thanks to NCDC and the team from Armed Forces Medical Colleges, wildlife sector representations, and together we have collectively signify our discussion on joint outbreak investigation. Our warm thanks to the scientific leaders, domain experts, wildlife and environmental authorities, leaders from biotechnology and vaccine industry, the entire team for exhibition coming from academia, industry representative. We are very thankful to them for not only the work but for also demonstration their strength. We also acknowledge state implementer from across the India and implementation experience innovations model demonstration of how One Health policy translate into real world impact at the community. We would like to thank the representations, representative scientists, MRHU, VRDS, expert across different centers, Idea One, National One Health Hackathon, and we also would like to congratulate all the awardees. Your innovation give us confidence in the future of India's health security. I would like to thank Mrs. Anu Nagar Madam, Dr. Tushar, who is part of DHR, along with the entire organizing team of ICR and DHR, including Dr. Sanghmitra Patil Madam, Dr. Alka Sharma, Manisha Madam, Deputy Director General, Dr. Richa Pandey Madam, Jagdish Rajesh ji, and entire organizing team along with Reema Sharma Ma'am, who work tirelessly to bring this program to the reality. I would like to thank my colleague Dr. Nivedita Gupta, Head of Communicable Disease, her team, National Institute for One Health, entire team, and PSA office and their support to bring India's One Health vision to national attention. My sincere appreciation goes to the organizing committee and from different sectors and nodal officers who volunteer their services and seamless execution of event of this magnitude. Their insight shared from surveillance, outbreak investigation, vaccine development, capacity building, community engagement have shaped a clear and forward-looking roadmap for National One Health Mission. The commitment made here will guide India forward stronger, more resilient, and future-ready health security framework. As we conclude this assembly, let us carry forward the momentum and collaborate is the spirit we have built here together, united for one health, united for India's future. We will continue to safeguard the nation against emerging and re-emerging threats. I thank each one of you for your marvelous contribution and partnership. As we conclude, let us carry forward this momentum together, united for one health, for India and global future. Thank you. Jai Hind.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let us arise, awake, and stop not until the goal is achieved. And with those words of Swami Vivekananda, we draw to close the National One Health Mission Assembly 2025. The journey continues. Thank you very much to all the distinguished dignitaries on the days for their gracious presence and to each and everybody committedly sitting here throughout these days. A delectable meal now awaits you all. Thank you very much.
Is it allowed?
And if I may please request you to kindly rise on your places. And we all now sing together, ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of our country. अधिनायक जय हे पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मन drawing the attention of the organizing committee members, requesting all the organizing committee members to kindly come up near the dais now for a group photograph. And also, we've received a mobile phone from the auditorium. If this belongs to someone, please claim it. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
It is from me to you.
Sir.
Why? Because I did. You started ended with Vivekananda. I'm meeting Vivekananda in a conjunction. And
So this is for you to take. I take the gesture. I am more than humbled, sir. Believe me, but this is for you to carry, sir. I am deeply grateful. It means a lot. Team ICMR, if anybody is not here from Team ICMR, please join us for a group photograph. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Meenal. No, ma'am. No, I'm a freelancer. I'm a professional. I copy your government. Ma'am, this is number. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. You're a medical doctor? No, I'm a PhD. Inertia to innovation. I'm Dr. Meenal Nahata. Thank you. Pleasure, pleasure. Thank you. It's very encouraging. Thank you so much. I'm truly humbled. Thank you. Every time last week also. Thank you so much. I am deeply humbled. Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Meenal Nahata. I'm a professional compere. I do that for mostly government agencies. A corner. That's my birthplace. Ma'am, I'm exhausted of all my cards. I can give you my number. It's here for you. फोटो ले लेते सर हमने एक साथ कहाँ की है I will send them. Yes, आपके phone We have found a mobile phone in the auditorium and it is with us at the podium. A mobile phone from the auditorium has been found, whosoever this belongs to, and we found the owner. Thank you. I'm Dr. Meenal. I'm a professional compere. I act for government.